living in my pride. Pride, yeah, 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 living in my pride. I am you. You are me. We are me. Living in our pride. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Living in our pride. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Living in my pride. Living in our pride. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Living in my pride.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Cyril. And how are you?
Fine, Elizabeth, thank you. I've just been able to connect after 20 minutes. Okay. Now, I eventually understood that I had to enter directly the ID of the meeting directly from Zoom and not to click on the link. The link it's not working with the link. It's not the first time that has happened, but okay, now it's solved.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Molteni. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I was I was worried. I thought my mic was not working when it was quiet. So I was just checking if it's working.
Yeah, that is very good. So Vincent Zulu and everybody, we are glad to have you here. We are starting in like 6 minutes or so. So please bear with us. We are starting in 6 minutes or so. But feel welcome to Kenya. We are hosting this from Kenya, but it's a global event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We can do anything for Maria Peppa. Mandela, la pecona. Hey, we can do anything for Maria Peppa. City of gold, city of light, city of hopes and dreams, possibility. Some end up being the streets, others make it through, the ones that have influence. Money can buy innocence, money can buy happiness, make me look very nice, walking with confidence, shop on my knee but dance. Hey, zaga, 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 hey, zaga, 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 symphony, zaga, 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 zaga. Mandela, la pecona, la pehlezi khona. Onke umuntu uvukela uMandela.
Can I request our event managers to put something to entertain guests as we plan to start, if that is possible, because it's very lonely. The next 3 minutes, people can free.
Hey, this is Lady Duracell, and you're listening to La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, Soul Seduction, Soul Seduction, Soul Seduction.
Yes. I'll make a speech about Social Enterprise Day 2020. The background. Social Enterprise Day is a concept launched by Social Enterprise UK. The day has been celebrated in England and a few other countries for some years on the third Thursday in November during the Global Entrepreneurship Week. So today, every year, the third Thursday, we are celebrating Social Enterprise Day. So this time, Netherlands, all these countries, France, are celebrating. In 2017, Social Enterprise Day went global. Social Enterprise, went global. Social Enterprise UK, the British Council, and social entrepreneurs in Denmark, that is in SED, took the initiative to expand the Social Enterprise Day and involve more countries. In 2019, the Social Enterprise Day brought together 71 countries. In 2018, 27 countries joined the campaign, and in 2017, a total of 23 countries across the world were involved. The Social Enterprise Day brings together social entrepreneurs, impact investors, academia, students, business leaders, development leaders, and organizations and government officials to co-create solutions to the most challenging issues in our society. The Social Enterprise Day aims to bring together all stakeholders to foster collaboration among them and to strengthen support to social entrepreneurs and social enterprises. Social Enterprise Day has been organized by Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, that is us, ARESSOK, in cooperation with the French Embassy in Kenya, who are strongly and heavily funding this through the ARESSOK project that we'll take you through later. Tangaza University College, Ashoka East Africa, E4IFAC Foundation, British Council, B-Lab, Thomson Reuters Foundation, Action Aid. So many people that we work with have come together to organize this. We appreciate you all, our partners. The vision for Social Enterprise Day 2020 is to create an even greater international focus on social enterprises and social entrepreneurs. The event aims to support the growth and development of social enterprises in Kenya, Africa, and the world. Social enterprises support organizations and individuals all over the world can help reach this goal by getting involved in the campaign this year. Leveraging experience, insights, and tools from the public sector, academia, development partners, the civil society, and the private sector, Social Enterprise Day conference that we have organized will explore the concept of resilience. We are proud to present the Social Enterprise Day 2020 edition, themed ecosystem approach towards building a more resilient social enterprise sector. Social Enterprise Day is held online today, and we are also in our social media pages. Please, all these details have been shared with you. Before this, we have been running a lot of webinars in Kenya just to build up to this day, and we have been doing this with the French Embassy in Kenya, Shoka, E4IMPACT, all the partners we have mentioned, B-Lab, just to build them, and catalyze the ecosystem so that we can have, a great celebration. This year's event is also featuring the alliance, alliance with the Kenya Network of Social Enterprises, ARESSOK project launch. So also today we'll launch the project which is being funded by the French government, ARESSOK project. So if you look at the program, you will see that this will come in place in the course of the day. The project is an alliance between Social Enterprise Society of Kenya and the French Embassy's French Solidarity Fund for Innovative Project, that is FSPI. I want to repeat that. The project is an alliance between Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, ARESSOK, and the French Embassy's French Solidarity Fund for Innovative Projects, FSPI. The aim of this project is to strengthen Social Enterprise Society of Kenya's capacity, increase its membership subscriptions and its international visibility, while developing new activities for our members, and also supporting the development of social entrepreneurship and the implementation of the SDGs. Areas of focus of this project is to integrating resilience as a prerequisite for social enterprise development, fostering an ecosystem approach to create sustainable and adaptable social enterprises, strengthening the social enterprise sector through collaboration, accountability as a means of tapping into new forms of resources for the development of social enterprises. Now, so I'll not go through the activities and the methodology because this will be taken through. So yeah, so our key partners in the project are, the implementing partners are E4Impact. I'm glad to, we have Professor Mario Molteni with us here and he'll be speaking, the CEO and founder of E4Impact. We have Pep Samp here from Ashoka, the Ashoka Africa Executive Director, and the French embassy who are the funders. So we appreciate you all. As I said at the beginning, it was not my intention to take much of your time, but just to welcome everybody who is going to be with us today. Feel at home. We have, we'll have Q&A sessions and everything. We appreciate for all those who have joined us. So I beg to stop there. I'll be moderating some sessions and I'll be speaking later. Asanteni sana, karibu Kenya, hakuna matata Kenya. Over to you, Benedetta.
Thank you very much, our CEO, Mr. Peter Olo. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Mario Molteni, the E4Impact founder and CEO. Welcome, Professor Mario.
Thank you, Benedetta, and thank you to all of you. Well, the Permanent Secretary for Industrialization and Trade, Dr. Francis Owino, the head of French Corporation in Kenya and Somalia, Mr. Cyril Gerardon, Tangaza Vice Chancellor Designate, Professor David Wangombe, our entrepreneurs, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Just a few words about our experience and our collaboration. About 10 years ago, E4Impact started a journey to support social entrepreneurs in Africa, because at that time, we understood that entrepreneurship was the vehicle that would generate inclusive transformation for the entrepreneurs, the communities, and the environment. E4Impact Foundation, of which I'm the founder and CEO, is an initiative launched in 2010 by Altis, the Graduate School Business and Society of Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore of Milan in Italy, which is the largest private university in Europe. It was founded with the mission of training impact entrepreneurs in Africa and to support them in the startup and growth of their businesses. From the beginning, our methodology was based on partnering with African universities and institutions in order to create programs really customized on the local culture and the local needs. In 2015, through the support of some important Italian companies, E4Impact became a foundation. This is important for 3 reasons, I think. We are more independent now and quicker in responding to the opportunities that emerge while working with our African partners. We have strong connection with the business world in Italy and Europe, and we are freer to innovate, creating new programs and services. With the presence of 15 countries now, we have so far trained around 2,000 entrepreneurs, 73% of whom have a business in place. Moreover, we count over 10,000 new jobs created by our alumni that having a significant impact on the local communities. Well, the work of the foundation contributes to the attainment of many of the United Nations Sustainable Goals. In particular, I think it addresses goal number 1, no poverty, 4, quality education, 8, decent work, 9, industry innovation, 12, responsible consumption and production, and goal number 17, partnership. Over the year, our entrepreneurial experience has proven time and again the significance of collaborative partnerships. Today, we are indeed glad to witness this collaboration that has given rise to the ARESSOK project. We are extremely proud of this partnership with the Embassy of France in Kenya and Somalia, with ARESSOK, and with the Social Entrepreneurship Society of Kenya for several reasons. One, the partnership under ARESSOK project provides an effective way to support small and growing social enterprise to amplify their impact across the country. Secondly, it is an opportunity to create new partnerships as well as enriching the existing alliance towards contributing to a dynamic and sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem. Third, ARESSOK has largely benefited our alumni from the Tangaza University College, for Impact Global MBA. The program has been timely in equipping CESOC members with skills and knowledge to prevail in a dynamic world, particularly at a time when the world is facing a global pandemic. Finally, this multi-dimensional collaboration is a small way, though important, continues to strengthen our institutional and economic ties. In conclusion, I would like to commend the approach employed in implementing the ARESSOK project in light of COVID-19. This approach has shown the possibility of enhancing the capacity building of social entrepreneurs through technology. Virtual interaction and doing business online has now become the so-called new normal. I therefore urge all the 100 social entrepreneurs in this project to exploit every opportunity brought closer to them through the virtual connection. One such opportunity that I suggest for you is a B2B matching event hosted by Confindustria, that is the main company association in Italy, and for Impact, on the 3rd of December, so in a few days, theme Doing Business in Sub-Saharan Africa, an opportunity for collaboration between African and Italian companies, which has a special focus on agriculture, agri-food business. Finally, I wish to thank the French Embassy in Kenya, ARESSOK, Tangaza University College, and CESOC for the wonderful work that we are doing to support and scale social entrepreneurs in Kenya. May our collaboration continue to grow and be impactful in many ways. Thank you very much and have a good day together. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Mario. Thank you for that insight on collaboration. Now, before we go to the next speaker, I would like to see a short clip on what E4Impact is doing in terms of social entrepreneurship. Over to you, Patrick.
My name is Mary Wambura. I represent a company called Victorian Travel Solutions. I'm the CEO and founder. We offer air tickets, both local and international. So if you want to travel maybe locally, we have very good rates. What motivated me to join E4Impact program? One is because I wanted to make sure that I do the business in a professional way. Because sometimes you might find that you think you are doing it in the right way, but there is a better way. That's why I joined. I wanted also to make sure that I stay in this business for long, and I wanted to make sure that this business grows for years and years. What I learned from E4Impact is one, always focus on business needs, not sell. Don't sell products and services, provide solutions. And also always optimize on pricing. Make sure you offer pocket-friendly services. Don't overprice the clients because they will go away, because you are not the only person who is offering the same services. And also hire friendly customer facing staff. Make sure that the staff you hire, they are very friendly to customers and they talk to customers very nicely. And also stay open for longer. Provide maybe a call center which can operate 24 hours, and your clients will be sorted out anytime they want your services. I've also learned that you need to brand your services and products, so make sure that your brand and visibility is good. And for sure, visibility plus credibility is equals to profitability. Don't fear business. Business is the good way to go. Don't wait forever to get employed. Just focus on creating employment, and also make sure that you're just creating solutions. You're not offering just products and services. Make sure you create solutions, provide solutions to the client. This is Victorian Travel, where we say travel with a difference.
My name is Andrew Muyani Korieta, founder One Kanyasi Campaign. This is a social enterprise that contributes toward improved dairy farming and curbing drought damages through pasture production, farmers training, market linkages, and finally fabrication of simple to use tools fabrication and market linkages. What really motivated me to join E4 Impact Training is their redefined, well-packed, and very detailed and informative training sessions, which link you with a coach who will take you through, a journey that reform your business. It came out very well aligned with my goals. I would wish to advise any entrepreneur outside there who would wish to have, his business unpacked and pack it again in a better way, or look his or her business in a different angle. Join E4 Impact. We at One Kanyasi Campaign are empowering village economy.
Thank you very much, NUMAC team, for that. At this point, I would like to invite Pap Sam, who is the ARESSOK East African Region Director. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. I first would like to thank all the CSOC partners, including the Embassy of France in Kenya, E4 Impact, Tangaza University, BLAB, the Social Enterprise of Kenya, ARESSOK Fellow, and also all the other partners who really supported this mentorship program and these partners. ARESSOK, as the largest network of social entrepreneurs, focus on identifying and sourcing and supporting leading social entrepreneurs with new pattern changing innovation, who set trend, who are role model, who also inspire others to reproduce and scale social impact. We have worked with entrepreneurs in all over the world, in 90 countries. We have worked with entrepreneurs who really change market dynamic and value system. Entrepreneurs who have influenced policies, national policies, and industry norm and standard. We have also worked with social entrepreneurs who really brought inclusion into disadvantaged and minority group, especially during this time of COVID-19. We also worked with entrepreneurs who have achieved business congruence and who have enabled a global culture of value and social innovation. And this is really why we are really excited to be part of this partnership, the CSOC partnership with all these partners, given the time that we are right now. So the world is at the point where we're looking for people with new ideas who really can change pattern. And that's why we call ourselves the organization of change makers. People who are looking into new ideas, people who are bringing social impact at the national and international level, people who have world-class innovators, people who are also creating new approach, who are creating opportunities and solving challenges of the world. But of course, course, and the most important one also, we work with people with high ethical fiber, high ethical standards. And what we do, what we've been doing for almost 30 something years, is that we identify these people, these people we call change makers, these people we call social entrepreneurs, and support them for 3 years, bring them access to a new network of coach, of leaders. As you can see today with the video of the mentor program that was created by this partnership, can tell you more about this type of entrepreneurs that we work with. And we collaborate also with leading business leaders and companies and pro bono partners and big organizations, really to bring the support, the knowledge, the network that's needed in community to be able to improve this work. We do it with empathy, we do it with collaboration, we do it also with system change. And I'm really happy to have the opportunity to be part of this, to thank Willie, one of our fellows with E4 Impact, Mario, who just spoke before me, and also to thank the ARESSOK team within East Africa, led by Vincent, for this partnership. So we're excited and look forward to be part of this partnership, and welcome you and look forward to following this conversation. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Pop. It was nice listening to you and to also understand what ARESSOK has been doing in the region. Now, before we go to the next speaker, would like to see one video of what ARESSOK is doing in the mentoring program with ARESSOK. Over to you, Patrick.
The founder of Authentic Pacesetters Kenya company. This is a company that helps the young people and adults to discover their innate potentials. These are their talents and gifts. These are God-given abilities most of the people are not aware they have. So I help these people to discover them. My main thematic areas are artificial intelligence, climate change, sustainable ecotourism, art, sports, and culture. I believe when people discover their innate potentials and talents and gifts, they can be very useful in the society, make a positive social impact around their communities, and make our world a very happy and a better place. Mentorship is very important for social entrepreneurs so they can know how to assess the social impact they're making in their communities, to also identify their problems and come up with solutions for their communities, and also just create a good impact in the society. My mentorship experience so far has been amazing, and I'm grateful to my mentors who've been guiding me through the entire process, and also showing me how and guiding me how to run my social entrepreneurship, which will be much effective and efficient in serving my community, to still have the experience and learn more. So my key takeaways was on assessing the social impact my social entrepreneurship is doing to the community, and also the kind of problems, how to identify the problems and come up with solutions for my community, and just do good for the community.
Thank you very much, Patrick and Tim. You can see what the mentoring sessions with ARESSOK are doing, and those are ARESSOK members who are benefiting from the ARESSOK project. At this point, I would like to invite Rosemary Kinothia, who will take us through some videos on the members of ARESSOK who have benefited from the ARESSOK projects and what they are doing for social impact in the societies and in their enterprises. Welcome, Rosemary, and over to you, Patrick, for the videos.
My name name is Mary Wambura. I represent a company called Victoria Travel. My name is Mary Wambura.
Hi all, my name is Colin Otieno. I am a mentor.
Sorry for that technical hitch. As the team prepares, would like to say that CESOC members have benefited from the ARESSOK project. And this is a project that is going on. We have the first cohort that is under mentorship, and we have the second cohort that is continuing, and we'll have the third cohort starting next year. So the members of CESOC are grateful for this project because it is helping them to reshape their enterprises and also to help them grow and understand their own, how to model their businesses better. So welcome, Patrick.
My name is Mary Wambura. I represent a company called Victoria Travel Solutions. I'm the CEO and founder. We offer
At Ventus Energy, we recycle biomass, we make chain link, and we also cover complement fencing. We also recycle metal into aluminum or metal into brass, which goes a long way in providing products made out of brass and aluminum. Social Enterprise Society of Kenya is a network of all social entrepreneurs. In Kenya, we do not have an act that governs social enterprise. Now, when CESOK came in, then it was a wonderful idea to us because we want there are very many social entrepreneurs who are not recognized. They're not known. And CESOK is the platform where we will get them known, is a platform where we'll get them to link, and is a platform which will get them to promote social enterprise. We've gotten a lot of training on business formulation. We've got a lot of training on general management, touching on planning, touching on coordination, touching on direction, and touching on how to motivate the society, the youth, the women, the underprivileged on how to build this country. People by nature learn from one another. And through CESOK, it's given us a platform to bring a lot of these people into a platform. When you have the skill, put it into a market and get it to satisfy a gap. That is what it takes to be a businessman. That is what it takes to be an entrepreneur. And that is what CESOK has done to us. ARESSOK has provided a good platform for us. ARESSOK has provided good technical skills to us. ARESSOK has provided what you call a business formulation to many entrepreneurs. COVID-19 has played a key role. It has affected our business massively. Now, with the existence of the ARESSOK project, funded by the French Embassy, our tactics of marketing have changed. We have rather gone what we call doing business online. They've trained us on how to do online businesses, online deliveries, where I meet my customers. We appreciate the fact that through the French Embassy, they've initiated a project that generates as exposure by funding organizations like CESOK, by training people like me in PDs. They may redefine their business model, and they may grow beyond just locally into.
So apart from that, the equipment now make use of biomass fuels. And so we also manufacture as becoming product that you can offer. That was a new product we were introducing into the market. And so we needed a lot of marketing activities. Others involved, because being something that is new, people are not used to it. Having solutions that will solve problems for people. So by solving the problems for people, now we are also able to generate other incomes for other people. In the program is more into our business model. One of the things has been now developed.
And we fed it to the farmer with soil conditioners to literally reverse the infertile. I joined the social enterprise society. It's where you find like-minded people. It's also a gathering where we are able to get development partners, people who can assist us in fundraising, people who can connect us to customers, people who can help us build a company and scale up from a very small later on. It's met my expectation and actually gone beyond, because even we've gotten actual customers. The COVID era has affected our business a lot, because we were serving some of the large-scale farmers who export vegetables and fruits to the European market. And when COVID came, everything stopped. By the time it was stopping, all our payments were not good for COFA. because it gives us economical sales and we are able to reach to the small poor, small scale farmers who are really, really suffering. So we are able to make economical sales and raise money to serve the poor.
Social entrepreneurship is very important because it explains how to use a business to change the world. And this one is a social enterprise as a vehicle to address environmental issues, to impact lives. Through the France Embassy in Kenya, we are currently implementing a 4-component project. Okay? And one of in this project is called the ARESSOK. It explains how to use a business to change the world. And this one is a social enterprise as a vehicle to address environmental issues, to impact lives. Through the France Embassy in Kenya, we are currently implementing a 4-component project. Okay? And one of in this project is called the ARESSOK, ARESSOK, which is is supporting social enterprise society that I lead to do 4 key things. Guidebook, that is one of the components. So strategic plan, we are supposed to come up with a strategic plan 2020-2025. The second component of this project is now training and mentorship. And in this training and mentorship are working with the implement partners, ARESSOK and E4Impact. So E4Impact is doing training of our members in terms of how to re-engineer their business models and finances, all that entails social enterprises. So this is done in cohorts. We are now in cohort 2 of 25, whereby E4Impact are training and capacitating our members. So we expect to train 100 members in the whole project. ARESSOK Africa is implementing the mentorship component, sub-component of component 2. So far, ARESSOK has been working with us and mentoring our members through connection. As you know, ARESSOK is a global force in terms of social entrepreneurship.
So thank you very much, Patrick and team. And for the members who are following us, that is the work the ARESSOK project has been doing. And members of CESOK are really benefiting in terms of modeling their businesses and at least looking at the impact that their businesses are doing. Now, at this point, I would like to welcome Professor David Wangombe. Professor David Wangombe is the VC designate, Tangaza University College. And Tangaza University College espouses the philosophy of Catholic higher education, which strives for the integral formation in the physical, moral, social, intellectual, and cultural dimension. And a key to note, Professor Wangombe is very key on service learning, and he has a mind to help the institutions develop and also collaborate with other actors to ensure that a gainful education is achieved. Welcome, Professor Wangombe.
Thank you very much, Benedita, and thank you very much, team. I know we are on different time zones. I'm going to use the Kenyan time zone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good welcome to Tangaza University College, Nairobi, Kenya. Welcome to today's Social Enterprise Day 2020. We are delighted to be here with you. We are happy to be with you and to be part of this exciting day of celebrating social enterprises. This event provides a very unique opportunity for us because of its scope. It has attracted delegates from all over the world, people with wide-ranging knowledge on issues of social enterprise, from the resilience, innovation, sustainability, and evidence. We in academics are excited to share, and especially our contribution in research and dissemination of knowledge of today's critical institutions that we know are important in changing people's lives. The need to nurture and create an enabling environment where social enterprise can thrive is important in any economic context. It is for this reason that we in Tangaza College have decided to be on the forefront on matters enterprise, and not just enterprise in the business sense, but social enterprise. Social Enterprise Day is the first of its kind in Kenya, and it's a celebration of entrepreneurs who are creating impact in the society and globally. We are excited to be part of a process of developing such social enterprise thinkers and social enterprise practitioners, people who are running businesses that are sustainable in the sense of making a difference by being viable, but not just viable financially. They are viable because of the legitimacy they earn from the society, which difference they make positively. And society, not just people, but also the environment. That's why we are excited that we work with enterprises that believes in the triple bottom line: the profit, the planet, and the people. Many times I like looking at it in the opposite: the people first, the planet, and then the profits. As a university college, we endeavor to work towards developing entrepreneurs who are strong in character and who will be able to transform the society they live in. We are a Christian university, a Catholic university, and in line with our vision, we want to serve and to build academic excellence, but with a holistic commitment to social transformation. We are delighted to be part of the noble idea, the noble cause about impact lives in Kenya and beyond. It's our desire to ensure that our nation and continent at large has people who are willing to utilize their entrepreneurial skills for economic growth and also for impact for their societies. Ladies and gentlemen, Tangaza University College is a pioneer in social entrepreneurship and offers, among other programs, a Master of Business Administration in Global Business and Sustainability, which is a MBA for entrepreneurs. Unlike other MBAs, the focus here is for aspiring as well as existing active entrepreneurs who are building social innovation. It was noted that social enterprise in Kenya started in Tangaza with a group of MBA students who have had a vision to bring together like-minded entrepreneurs with the aim to transform their society. That's why we believe in our agenda of community engagement. We as a university work with like-minded people like these MBA students who came together so that we can develop a unique program of social entrepreneurs. We also have other programs related to this: certificate and PhD in social transformation with a specialization in social enterprise. We have nurtured many social entrepreneurs who are exemplary models in their society. We have produced people who go out to work directly with the communities in their own organization and by coming up with innovations that are transforming societies in sectors: agriculture, environmental, education, health, and so on. We do not do this alone, because in our community engagement, we believe in true engagement, where we partner with people that we can work with. And at this point, I want to thank most sincerely the partners that we have been working along with the process of this agenda of social enterprise. I like to thank the French Embassy, FSPI, E4 Impact, ARESSOK, the British Embassy as well. And thank you so much for supporting this noble exercise and for choosing Tangaza to be your partner in working along. Additionally, Tangaza University has hosted 3 annual conferences on social entrepreneurship, which have got people engaged in creating networks and influencing the agenda of social networks. We are working on academic development. We have a research agenda. We have publications, and we're developing a journal that is going to be dedicated for this exercise of social enterprise. I share this with you because I'd like you to be a part of the journey for the academic development, for the research development and publication as we look at the impact we make positively to society. Once more, as we host this event, we look forward to meet and discuss social enterprise issues, as well as listen to other people's views, share how best we can make this world a better place to live in through enterprise and innovation. We also invite you to be part of our institution by joining any of the activities that we have. I am happy to invite you to academic programs that we offer at different levels. We have many programs, and I'll be glad to invite you to our website to get information about the various activities that we do. Those of you joining us online from around the world, we are happy to have you. We know COVID has made a big difference in terms of social distance, but we want to invite you to feel at home. Tangaza is your place, whether we meet through technology or we meet face to face. We pray that soon and very soon, this pandemic will end and we'll have an opportunity to meet together and share ideas of how we can make social enterprise impact on the development of our world. Please take some time once again to go through the resources, the activities that we do. I know we have different people, different walks of life. I also invite you to walk with us the journey of developing Tangaza. We are building an institution that we want to make a difference in Africa and beyond, in various areas, in academics, in research, in excellence of. We want to know we have 22 congregations that support Tangaza, that have set up Tangaza, but we are happy to invite any one of you for any activities we can together for support of our students' activities, support of our development, and support of our university in all manner possible. Welcome once again. I am so happy to host you, and thank you so much for choosing Tangaza University College. Welcome to Social Enterprise Day, and do have a very fruitful workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wangombe, for that insightful journey of Tangaza and how Tangaza has been mentoring and molding social entrepreneurs. We truly appreciate that you made time to be with us for this session. Now, I would like to invite in a very special way the person who will be sitting in for the CS of industrialization. And I would like to welcome the Chief Operating Officer of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Patrick Nyangweso, who will sit in for the CS industrialization. Now, as we know, the industrialization sector is the sector that helps with the cooperative policy formulation and implementation of the industrial property rights regime. It also deals with the private sector development, policy and strategy, also does quality control, and it also helps in development of micro, small, and medium enterprises and Buy Kenyan policy. So welcome very much, Mr. Patrick Nyangweso Wafula.
Hello.
Carry on, Mr. Nyangweso.
Now, I have my boss, Madam Nancy Moya, who's supposed to talk on behalf of our peers. So just call her to speak. Hello? Are you together?
Yes, please, Mr. Wafula.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah. It's good.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
yeah, what I was saying, Madam Nancy Moya, who is speaking on behalf of her peers, should speak. So please call her to speak. Nancy Moya, if you can see her name on the participant list.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wafula. Madam Nancy Moya, I hope she's logged on.
Yeah.
Madam Nancy Moya.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let me call her because I think she already told me that she'll speak on the behalf of the peers. So Patrick, we are aware of this. Nancy we will join shortly. Let me just alert her on SMS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Patrick, maybe you would give us one more shot of the E4Impact mentorship as we wait for Madam Nancy. So we do not interrupt the ARESSOK project.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruth Soy and I lead Ashoka East Africa Fellowship Engagement. I am also coordinating the Ashoka Mentorship Experience under the ARESSOK project. At Ashoka, our core work is identifying, supporting leading social entrepreneurs who have new and innovative solutions to the societal problems.
Hello,
at the moment, we have over 3,500.
Hello, Benedetta. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah, I've just talked with Nancy. She actually heard us, so she's ready to go ahead. Sorry for that.
Okay, so it's okay.
Okay,
Please,
thank
Nancy.
you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Madam Nancy Moya, carry on.
Please, Patrick. Patrick, please check what the problem. Check what the problem is on Nancy on the PS side, please. Mr. PS, can you hear us?
Yes, Nancy is on, so kind of let's give her an opportunity.
Okay.
Sorry, Peter, do you want me to speak first in case? Oh, okay, it's okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
I'm not actually for the technology issues, but I'm here representing the peers, Dr. Francis Owino, the Department of Industrialization. Unfortunately, he could not join because he was in another meeting, which is taking longer. But all the same, I'm equal to the task, and I'm happy to join you this morning as we celebrate this event of ARESSOK, and also the launch of the event. I'm going to read the speech on behalf of the Principal Secretary, Industrialization, and maybe just to get the details, I'm Director, Enterprise Development. So I believe I'm in the right forum. The Chairman and CEO, Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, ARESSOK, Her Excellency Ambassador of France to Kenya and Somalia, representative of French Embassy in Kenya, ARESSOK board members, representative of government and private sector who are represented in this forum, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you today to be part of this Social Enterprise Day, which is an annual global event celebrated on the third Thursday during the Global Entrepreneurship Week and the launch of ARESSOK project initiative organized by ARESSOK. I understand the ARESSOK project is a new initiative between the French Embassy in Kenya and Somalia and the ARESSOK, whose aim is to strengthen the capacity of ARESSOK, support the development of new activities and development of social entrepreneurship and implementation of sustainable development goals in Kenya through partnership with the E4Impact Foundation and ASHOKA East Africa. Within the broad mandate, the ministry provides a conducive policy framework and enabling environment for industrialization, trade, and enterprise development in the country. The mandate includes industrial policy and planning, SME policy and financing, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya policy and strategy, promotion of standardization and quality control, promotion of facilitation of domestic and foreign investment, promotion of special economic zones and industrial parks, promotion of industrial property rights, promotion of value addition. I can see there is value addition from the presentations, the videos we have been shown, promotion of innovation and incubation, which we have also seen, promotion of and development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, industrial training, and also capacity development. Further, the ministry's areas of focus include policy, legislation, and strategy development, investment attraction, textile and apparel subsector, leather and leather product subsector, special economic zones, industrial parks, and SME parks, support for the MSMEs, that is micro, small, and medium enterprises, standardization and quality assurance infrastructure, growth of export processing zones are some of the focus areas in the ministry. It is worth noting that the above areas of focus not only benefit manufacturing enterprises, but also targets the enterprise across sectors, including those operated by the youth and women and are geared towards industrial development. The ministry is in the process of finalizing the Kenya Micro and Small Enterprise Policy, whose goal is to provide an integrated, enabling business environment for the growth and development of vibrant and productive MSMEs that make significant socio-economic contribution to the economy. The policy further seeks transformation of the sector, both as a provider of decent jobs and source of quality products. Among the key issues the policy has addressed is entrenchment of entrepreneurial culture in the country, whose interventions include developing an integrated approach to profile the success stories and the benefits of entrepreneurship, promote peer talks, mentorship, and role modeling to provide a platform for exposure, sharing, and encouraging potential entrepreneurs at grassroots level, inculcating entrepreneurship skills in all levels of education system as a compulsory subject with a practical orientation, rebranding the MSME sector to appeal to all, establishing and maintaining entrepreneurship awards at national and county levels subject to prescribed conditions, promoting and mainstreaming of special interest groups as on entrepreneurship. Besides these interventions, various programs initiated by the government across the country targeting the youth entrepreneurs include the Kenya Industrial and Entrepreneurship Program, it's called KEAP, which is supported by World Bank, the Kenya Youth and Employment Opportunity Program, which is supported by World Bank also, financing programs like the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, skills development and capacity building. The celebration of the annual Global Enterprise Day and the launch of the ARESSOK project today will create awareness of ARESSOK, expanded opportunity, bringing more entrepreneurs, more partners, more incubators, impact investors, and institutional stakeholders from Kenya, from Africa, and the world, and in particular, the youth and women who have the potential. I once again wish to thank the organizers of this event and wish you a fruitful celebration. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Nancy Moya, for stepping in the place of the PS. It is very imperative that we have people who will be on a snap of a finger, be called upon to step in. Thank you very much, Madam. We truly appreciate for your presence and also for representing the PS. So at this point, I would like to invite Cyril Gerardon, who is the head of Cooperation and Cultural Affairs Department in the France Embassy in Nairobi. The department handles action in Kenya and Somalia, and in some sectors, audiovisual, health, and for East Africa and the Horn of Africa. Welcome, Cyril.
Thank you, Benedetta, and thank you everyone for attending this launch. So the representative of the Department of Industrialization, their friends for CESOC, E for Impact, Ashoka and Tangaza University College, their Peter, their guest, and for our international friends, bonjour, buongiorno, sawubona, salamu alaikum. Today, at last, we are together, unfortunately online and not at Tangaza University College, as was planned first, for double celebration. This morning, we are launching officially the project called ARESSOK, Alliance with the Social Entrepreneurs Network of Kenya, funded by French Cooperation. This afternoon, we will celebrate for the first time in Kenya the Social Enterprise Day with the support of this project. As head of cooperation at the Embassy of France and in Kenya and Somalia, allow me to elaborate a bit on ARESSOK. This project finds its origin in the preparation of the Pact for Impact International Summit, which was held in Paris in July 2019. This summit's aim was to make social innovation a global priority and ended with the adoption of a manifesto endorsed by states, governments, international institutions, local authorities, and organizations committed to a social and inclusive economy. Social, solidarity, and inclusive economic models are answers to our changing world, offering sustainable growth and innovative solutions to meet the challenges facing our planet and its territories. 1 year on, in the middle of this terrible economic and social setback being caused by the pandemic, this need for social and environmental impact is more acute than ever. It is in the context of Pact for Impact that the Embassy of France in Nairobi got in touch with Peter Olo, and through him with the CESOC family and its partners, Ashoka and E for Impact. Peter and other Kenyan social entrepreneurs were invited to Paris and brightly represented Kenya at the summit. As a continuation of this relation, the Embassy and CESOC presented at the end of last year a project, namely ARESSOK, to the Solidarity and Innovation Fund, FSPI, of the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, which gave it a grant of 152,000 euros for 2 years. So basically, we're in the middle of this project. The project started in June this year and has 3 main goals. The first goal is to strengthen the capacity of CESOC as a recent organization and to increase its international links. The second goal is to support the development of new activities and capacity building for its members. And at last, the other goal is to increase membership subscriptions, hence supporting the development of social entrepreneurship and the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal in Kenya. More concretely, the project is designed to help CESOC adopt its strategic plan for 2020-25, design a business model, and publish a guidebook for social entrepreneurs in Kenya. It also includes a training program for CESOC's members in partnership with E for Impact Foundation and a mentorship program with Ashoka, as was shown on the videos. The first cohort of 25 social entrepreneurs has been already trained, and a second one is following the program. By the end of next year, 100 Kenyan entrepreneurs will have been trained under this program, and hopefully they will be able to find new ideas and skills to expand their small businesses. Another dimension of the project is advocacy and visibility for the sector of social enterprise in Kenya through the organization of the Social Enterprise Day and support to the annual African Conference on Social Entrepreneurship organized by Tangaza University College. Our embassy also seeks to create more links between Kenyan entrepreneurs and their French counterparts during this project. That explains the presence in the panels this afternoon of two French organizations. The first one is the AFD Group through its investment branch devoted to the development of the private sector, Proparco. The AFD, namely the French Agency for Development, is one of the major development banks globally and supports a development which is environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. Last year, the AFD launched a mapping of social entrepreneurship in Africa, including Kenya, with the so-called French movement of social entrepreneurs, the MOVE. The recommendations of this mapping exercise will be presented today by my colleague Raphaël Deguerre, Senior Investment Officer at Proparco in Nairobi. This mapping lays the ground for future AFD investment in the social enterprise sector in Africa, which is the main continent of intervention for AFD. Between now and 2023, AFD Group will be allocating 1 billion euros to support more than 500 businesses and impact the lives of over 50 million people. Here in Kenya, Proparco has just granted a $100 million loan to Equity Group Holdings to support the development of micro, small and medium enterprises financing and its ambition to better support underserved segments, in particular, small-scale farmers, micro, small and medium enterprises. In total, the project is expected to support about 240 enterprises and more than 15,000 direct and indirect jobs. $20 million of this loan will finance projects which will have climate co-benefits, and at least 25% will support enterprises led by women. The project will also see Equity Group support the French initiative Choose Africa, which is working to dedicate 2.5 billion euros to startups and small enterprises in Africa by 2022. More briefly, on our second French investor in the panels, INP, Investisseur and Partenaire. It is an impact investment company set up by the former AFD Director General, Jean-Michel Severino, and focused on Africa, where Mr. Severino was born in Abidjan. INP opened its East Africa branch in Nairobi recently, and we look forward to listening to Mr. Asif Nourani, its investment manager, about their investment strategy in the region. We now wish to create even more business links in 2021, after hopefully this pandemic is tamed as a result of the exceptional global mobilization at work against COVID-19. And now, let's officially launch ARESSOK together. Thank you, Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Cyril. And before you go, I would like to request you to officially launch the ARESSOK project together with Peter Olo and also together with Professor Wangombe and Professor Mario to launch officially their project. Over to you, Cyril.
Okay, so explain me how to do that online because I'm
declaring it open.
Okay, so
open.
Aperto.
Open, and thank you so much, France Embassy in Kenya, for funding this. We really appreciate the French government, and thanks Cyril for a very wonderful speech. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Peter. Thank you, Cyril.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for the absence of confettis. I'm not equipped for that.
we would have done it better if Corona was not there, but so far, of course, thank you. And please, Cyril, we request that you pass our regards to Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France. We really thank her for this.
Okay, I will do that, and she's sorry for not attending today.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Cyril and Tim, for declaring the project open. And at this point, I would like us to have a very short break. And during this break, we will be viewing videos from E4 Impact from Ashoka. And then in the next 5 minutes, we'll be back to continue with the next session. Kindly, if you are in the next session program, I would like to request that you get ready. The panel that is sitting next, we need to have Peter Olo, Asif Noran, Dan Gregory, Irene Mosata, Vincent Zulu, Raphael, to be ready for the next session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Few minutes, we'll be back.
There's a mind shift that needs to happen for business owners, regardless of the size of your business, whether your business is focused on social impact or not. Any for-profit business needs to be mindful.
If business is the driver of growth, how can it be done in a way that is of benefit not only to shareholders, but to the workers, to the community, to the environment, to the society?
My name is Matilda Maseno. I am the project manager for the ARESSOK project with CESOC. The ARESSOK project is about training the CESOC members. We have about 120 members in CESOC, and so we are partners with Ashoka and E4 Impact in training them and also mentoring the members within CESOC. The mentorship track within the ARESSOK project is very important because mentoring the CESOC members is key in helping them walk the walk and also walk the journey with somebody holding their hand. So for the mentorship program, we see that our members are learning to be able to be more astute in their businesses. They are able to understand things from experts who have experienced some of the things they probably are experiencing, and who can also help them to foresee some of the things that they could not foresee. So in essence, I would, recommend the project for not only the CESOC members, but other entrepreneurs at large, because it is very helpful, and Ashoka is very good in matching the mentors with their mentees so that they are able to glean the most expertise they could get from each and every one of their experiences.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruth Soy and I lead Ashoka East Africa Fellowship Engagement. I am also coordinating the Ashoka Mentorship Experience under the ARESSOK project. At Ashoka, our core work is identifying, supporting leading social entrepreneurs who have new and innovative solutions to the societal problems. At the moment, we have over 3,500 Ashoka Fellows in over 90 countries and 5 continents. At Ashoka East Africa, we have over 80 Fellows who are from Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, who have leading solutions that are solving societal problems. Ashoka's role in the mentorship is developing and structuring content that will aid the CESOC members. We are working collaboratively with the CESOC board, with the French Embassy, and with E4 Impact alongside our Ashoka Fellows to ensure that the CESOC members have a smooth 14-week mentorship track. During the process of the mentorship track, we started with the needs assessment. What the needs assessment is a survey that helped us identify and zero in on the gaps that the CESOC members have. This helped us to identify the fellows who would be helping us during the process. It helped us identify the consulting experts within our network who would be working hand in hand with us during the 14 weeks to deliver mentorship to the CESOC members. The mentorship track has been broken down into two parts. The first part is a one-on-one mentorship. So what is a one-on-one mentorship? The one-on-one mentorship is a pairing of the CESOC members with an Ashoka fellow. The Ashoka fellow and the CESOC members, they work together each week for a period of 14 weeks, where the CESOC member is able to tell the fellow any areas in which they feel that they need help, and they can also leverage on the Ashoka Fellows Network. The second part of the mentorship track is the group mentorship. During the group mentorship, we plugged in the consulting experts. These are field experts from the Ashoka Network. And what we did during the group mentorship session is basically address what was identified in the needs assessment in the beginning and some of the areas that we felt would be beneficial to be touched on for the CESOC members. We have had a very successful Ashoka mentorship experience so far. We are hoping to complete it within the next month. We have had tremendous feedback from both the mentors and the mentees, with the mentees saying that they have learned quite a great deal from the mentors. And it's just been an amazing journey getting to connect with the social entrepreneurs in the field and also the field experts.
I am a mentor at Ashoka, a person who's passionate about entrepreneurship. My background is in finance. I presently run a company, MCOP Capital Limited, that deals in placing corporate debt. What is corporate debt? Is linking discerning borrowers to lenders. At a personal level, I also have interest in the entrepreneurship space, and I am a co-founder at Nairobi Nexus Limited. The Ashoka mentoring experience, a fantastic initiative by Ashoka. Ashoka, from where I sit, has come with a very robust, what I consider an extremely robust mentorship program, and it's driven really by the vision that the leadership of Ashoka have. Their vision is supported by some very strong partnerships that they have developed with people who are I've got an interest in the area of transformative change. The Ashoka mentoring experience is also very well founded by a pool that they've tapped into, a pool of strong, knowledgeable, and very supportive mentors who have come in to bring their experience from across industry to bear. So when you bring all these aspects to bear, I think
My name is Danielle Anderson of Stepping Stone Consultancy, and I support early stage entrepreneurs in figuring out their business model, how to get customers, and how to talk about what they do. I would recommend the Ashoka mentorship experience to other social entrepreneurs because the truth is that you can never do it all on your own. There's always going to be things that you need to figure out and to learn and to implement. And through this program, you get access to people who already have experience, who can guide you along the way and support you as you get challenged. My involvement in the mentorship experience so far has been in delivering a workshop specifically on finances. Money matters is something that entrepreneurs struggle with all over the
world, and it's my passion to help people to right that wrong. So being involved in this workshop, I was able to teach entrepreneurs how to budget, how to set their pricing, and how to set sales strategies so that they can cover all of their expenses. Two pieces of advice that I would love to give to all of the entrepreneurs watching this are as follows. The first is to reach out for support when you need it. Don't be embarrassed if you don't know the answer to something. The only way you're ever going to find out is to find someone who already knows that information. So ask for help. It's not anything to be ashamed of. The second piece of advice that I would give to social entrepreneurs is to keep going even when it feels impossible. There's going to be days where you just don't know what to do that are going to be really hard. That's the part of the journey. There's going to be extreme highs and extreme lows. So keep pushing. Get up the next day and try again and try again and try again. And like I said in my first piece of advice, ask for help when you need it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is back. You've picked a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, and we can continue with the program. I would like at this point to introduce the next panel. We'll have a panel session, and I would like to invite the panelists in this order. I would like to start with Asif Noorani. Asif is an impact investment group dedicated to SMEs based in sub-Saharan Africa and in the Indian Ocean, driven by the conviction that these enterprises actively contribute to a sustainable and inclusive growth on the continent. Asif, you can hear me? Welcome.
If I may, I think Asif is in the next panel, Benedetta. It's not that panel.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that. We moved Asif because he is an impact investor. There's a session that is coming this afternoon. So sorry for that mix-up.
Okay, sorry for that. So I would like to welcome Peter to introduce the panelists for this session. Welcome, Peter Olo.
Thank you, Bernadette. Let me just check if my mic is on, my video. Yeah, I'm trying to ensure that people see my face. Am I visible to all? Before I proceed, yes. Yeah. I could not in the. You know, people are working from home, and even me, I'm not in home. I'm at home now. I'm somewhere in Nakuru in Rift Valley. So that's why actually in my hotel room. Yeah, very well. So my name is Peter Olo. Peter Olo, I'm the chairman and CEO of Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, which is the umbrella body for social enterprises and social entrepreneurs. Let me take this brief session just to say what ARESSOK is. ARESSOK currently has got more than 120 members. And the way we work with key other social enterprise associations, or you can call them networks, across the world. ARESSOK, we were registered in January 2017 as a society, but over that time, we have built very strong networks, not only in Kenya, but people, you know, with organizations or associations across the world. Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, we participate in local and global events, and through those participations, we have been able to, you know, people know, you know, Social Enterprise UK, represented by Dan Gregory. Dan Gregory is the Director for International and Social Development at Social Enterprise UK. So for us at ARESSOK, we know Social Enterprise UK at very high level, you know, the CEO, Dan, and the team, you know, and we thank everybody for this. In our engagement also, we work with, you know, we engage and just try to understand what is happening across the world. So in those efforts, we have also interacted with Social Enterprise Scotland. Social Enterprise Scotland is an equivalent of Social Enterprise Society of Kenya that I lead. So Irene Mosota, please welcome. Irene sits in the board of the Social Enterprise Scotland. Also in the panel, we have Vincent Zulu. Vincent Zulu is the founder and the president of Social Enterprise Forum for Africa, based in Durban. Last year, they invited me to speak in Durban in the forum they're organizing, and we are happy to have you, Vincent, here. Also in the panel, we have Raphael Degu. I could not spell it very well, but I'm trying, who is the Social Investment Officer at Propaco AFD. So Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, if you can remember in the speech of, the head of cultural affairs, Mr. Cyril Gerardon, he mentioned AFD. So we as Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, we have had some engagements with AFD in terms of how we can implement some of the projects. So glad to have Raphael. Please feel at home. I don't have a script to follow. I like just making very open so that people can relax. So I'll go back to Dan Gregory. Dan Gregory, I'll request, maybe the things I've not mentioned about you, I request you to introduce yourself and what you do in the UK, please. Dan, go ahead.
How are you? All good? Can you hear me okay?
Since COVID started and the perspective in terms of how you are positioning your members and positioning Social Enterprise UK to come out strongly. I'm raising this because the experiences are almost similar, but the context could be different. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I guess two things really. So for us ourselves, of course, we are, you know, most of us who work at Social Enterprise UK love it, and we, you know, I guess when the pandemic kicked off, we were fearful, you know, for our jobs, for our work, for how we could, would we be here in a year, 2 years, etc. And I think on that side of things, you know, it's been amazing really that our own organisation is doing okay. We're doing, you know, it's not easy, but we're doing okay. And mainly that's because of our members, who really is the ones that really matter. They've sort of been surviving and doing okay. And I'll say a little bit more about that. But we rely on membership fees a lot of the time, as well as other consultancy work and contracts and grant income we receive. We do get fees from our large members and our medium-sized members. And actually, they've not probably had it quite as tough as we feared. So we were, you know, I guess a year, you know, 9 months ago, thinking social enterprise is going to be going to the wall, they'll all be going bankrupt, it's going to be really tough. And that hasn't quite happened quite as sort of badly as we feared. And therefore we've been okay. But that's, you know, our own selfish interest in our own work that we're really passionate about. In terms of the wider movement, why have they been okay? And why is it sort of not been as horrible as we maybe thought for their sort of business situation? For two reasons. One, and I think first of all, because and gloves and gowns and that kind of thing. So they've switched very quickly their business model to respond to what is needed to help provide food for people in communities, to provide health equipment, to transport maybe, sort of helping respond quickly to the, and maybe perhaps quicker than some other businesses have. And, you know, actually many businesses have done a great job in tough times, but I think that's been a tribute to social enterprise in the UK and indeed around the world. We've done some surveys that we've seen evidence of this in other countries, in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, where it's that speed of response, I think, has been amazing. Secondly, and we have to, you know, I think admit this, it's also partly linked to the government's response. So in the UK, I think, while again, I'm always critical and disappointed with my own government, as elsewhere, they did offer this kind of furlough scheme and the job guarantee scheme where they would pick up the wages of certain workers. And I think that's been really important in meaning that businesses haven't had to close down in a way that maybe they've shut for a while, they've closed their being paid by the government to tell people not to work at exactly the time when the need is rising, where actually we wanted to keep providing services, we wanted to provide food, healthcare equipment, etc. But actually, in order to qualify for the government scheme, you had to take the money in order to not work, which is, you know, maybe makes sense for certain businesses, but didn't make sense for social enterprises. So, you know, there's problems, but, you know, clearly that government policy has made a difference. And I think that's just a reminder that, well, most of all, it's about the energy of our individual enterprises and the people and their ability to respond to need. The policy environment in which they operate does matter. And we can't ignore that. We can't forget about it. It's important that we do try and help shape and influence that policy environment because it makes a difference. It's not everything, and sometimes we get too carried away with government because ultimately it comes down to the people running the businesses. But both of those things matter. And I think we've been okay. Our members have been okay. The network's sort of been okay. Not easy and not great, but it's been okay because of the policy environment, but largely the amazing ability of our social enterprises to respond to the need that people face.
Thank you, Dan. The other issue I'm requesting you to maybe talk briefly. I know you've talked about the policy framework. We are Social Enterprise Society of Kenya, and this is something that you are aware, it's not news to you. But just for those who are attending, we are working on social enterprise policies through the support of British Council. And I'm aware British Council will be in a session this afternoon just to explain on this. In our policy work, we have also been supported by Trust Law, Thomson Reuters Foundation, to do a research. But we wanted to hear how is the policy framework enabling the environment, the social enterprise sector, maybe in summary, because we could be in a journey that might even mess us more as social enterprise in Kenya, or it might, help the sector. In the forums you have organized, some people tell us that, you people are looking for policy, but once the policy is there, you might even, I don't know. But we wanted to hear your view in terms of how has the policy and legal framework supported your work and social enterprise in the UK.
Yes, and I think it has been really important in many countries, and here and in Thailand, Malaysia, really good examples that we can learn from. Canada and Australia have got some really fantastic policies that we can learn a lot from. I think there's a couple of general points and then specific ones. I think generally what's quite important is who in government is responsible for policy for social enterprise. So in the UK for a long time, it was kind of a bit messy. Department for Business had responsibility for social enterprise, and that was great in many ways, but it was also a bit confusing with our finance ministry and cabinet office. And at one stage, when I was a government official, they brought responsibility for social enterprise together in one place, quite powerful in the cabinet office, under number 10, if you like, Prime Minister's office. And that was sort of quite a powerful signal to say responsibility for this will be held at the heart of government. But that took responsibility away from the Department for Business. And that wasn't quite right because social enterprises are businesses. Now responsibility has moved into the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, which is a lovely department, but it's maybe, that's the problem, it's a kind of nice department and it's not really a powerful department. So we're kind of confused as to why is responsibility for social enterprise and government in the Department for Culture when it should be taken seriously as a business proposition. So I think that's an important question, is where does responsibility sit? The other general point I think is, I think it's been great in many places to see social enterprise strategies. So not to get too carried away with one policy about tax or about legal form, but to have a strategy that addresses the diverse needs of social enterprises. We all need different things, and many social enterprises might be worried about funding, others might be worried about access to markets, others might be worried about legal form. So actually there isn't one single answer. So it was great in the UK when we had social enterprise strategies. Canada is excellent. If you look at the different parts of Canada, the different kind of federal units of states, you can see that in Quebec and Manitoba and the different regions and so forth, you can see they've all got social enterprise strategies, which is really good. And they have different building blocks that make up those relevant to their part of Canada. So I think that's useful, not just to get away with one idea, but to have a longer term strategic commitment from government to this stuff. And then in terms of the individual policies, yeah, I mean, there's, governments around the world have done loads of different things on this, and often they are, imperfect, and the policies don't help, but sometimes they help a huge amount. And they generally fall into different blocks. So there's the legal form issue, and I think it's very easy to say, we need a new legal form for social enterprise. I mean, maybe that's helpful, but that's not always the answer. And often it's about changing existing legal forms, or it's about recognition for all social enterprises, whatever their legal form. But we tend to see that in many countries. People say we need a new legal form. And in some countries like Vietnam and Thailand, they kind of did that and it hasn't kind of worked. In the UK, we did create one and it's worked, but it's not for everyone. So there's lessons to learn there. Second thing is funding and finance, pots of money for social enterprises, whether that's investment, grants, different types of money. And I think the lesson there is to make sure that the supply of money responds to the demand. So is it loan finance that people need? Is it risk capital? Is it grants? Is it small amounts or large amounts? There's no point creating a pot of money if it doesn't respond to what social enterprises actually need and require. And then various things around public sector procurement. There's things like Social Value Act in the UK. Some of the stuff they've done in many EU countries on social clauses in procurement can really help social enterprise, and some great stuff in Australia we can learn from. And stuff about education and awareness and getting social enterprise in the education system to help the sort of the next wave of young people, of university students, of even young kids to understand that, you know, that sort of mindset and culture shift that business is not only about making money, and that our textbooks in economics lessons or business studies lessons don't just say, oh, it's all about making money, and to get social enterprise in the curriculum so it becomes more of a widely understood part of the business landscape. So yeah, I'm very happy to share lessons with anyone that wants them, but also just to connect people and you know, say, oh yeah, speak to these guys in Malaysia who know about this, and these guys in Canada who know about this, and, you know, and I'm really fortunate and grateful to have been part of sharing these lessons and trying to help governments be only less unhelpful and less stupid, and being really, you know, a bit more nuanced and sophisticated at creating the conditions where businesses can contribute to our, you know, social and environmental challenges.
Okay, thank you, Dan. We are supposed to close this by 1:30. I think you've captured it very well, and is very glad to have you here. Please pass our regards to Peter Holbrook and your team. And if you can join later, please. We intend to finish by around 3, so you can log in later. But expect maybe more clarifications in your email. We have shared your email in case our members or delegates here want to catch up with you. So thanks a lot, Dan. Maybe you can stay on very briefly, but we appreciate working with you at Social Enterprise UK. Thank you. Allow me to jump on to, thank you. And before I do this, I wanted us to do Who Knew together. Please, EMAC team, Social Enterprise UK started this, and they even started the hashtag Who Knew. And today we are saying, who knew Kenya will host the first Social Enterprise Day? So can we all have a shout about this? Who knew?
Who knew?
Yes, Dan. Yeah. So who knew is trending over the world? Who knew Kenyans will do this? Who knew will organize this today? So thank you, Dan. I'll jump on to Irene Mosota. Irene Mosota is the board member at Social Enterprise Scotland. And please, because of time, I'll allow Irene to jump on and introduce herself very briefly and take us through your lessons in Scotland. Irene. Hello, Irene.
Yes. Asante sana Peter, and nimefurahi sana kuungana nanyi. Good afternoon, everyone, and I bring you warm greetings from Scotland. I'm absolutely delighted to join you today in celebrating the first Social Enterprise Day in Kenya. So I just really want to share with you some of the lessons that we've had since COVID hit in March, and what we have done as Social Enterprise Scotland to support our members. So our sector and our communities have changed in a variety of ways since COVID hit. And also the sector has shown strength and resilience in terms of how they've adapted to change. And we recently held a digital showcase. We would have the award ceremony at the Scottish Parliament at the lobby, but because of COVID and the restrictions, we were not able to do that. And we felt that it would be insensitive to have a celebration because most of our members, some of them were not able to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the business were not able to survive. So we felt that it would be insensitive on our part to have a celebration. But what we did was to actually have a digital showcase to really celebrate the social enterprises who had gone over and above in continuing to support their communities in a variety of ways. And I just really want to share with you how, as a support organization for Social Enterprise Scotland, what we have done in supporting our members. So there's what we've done is actually part of it was the digital showcase. So to enable the social enterprises to adapt into a digital showcase, what we actually did is that we provided bursaries for some of the participating social enterprises. And what this did was to enable the social enterprises to develop videos which we were able to share on the day. And it highlighted some of the challenges. And also it showed how social enterprise had actually adapted to the change. Some of them had gone from repairing computers to actually now, so had gone from doing remakery and furniture to providing computers for, because a lot of the businesses were moving into a digital space. So we found that by providing this support, the social enterprises were able to share the work that they were doing and also to look at issues around digital poverty. So in line with that also, we have set up Buy Social. So with this, and I think as Dan mentioned that, Buy Social is a platform that shows that as consumers also we can support social enterprise, and part of doing that is, Buy Social. So in Scotland, we'll be launching the Buy Social campaign on the 23rd of November. In addition, also, we have looked at places. And what that means is, as Social Enterprise Scotland, we've looked at ways in which we can support the hotspots that have social enterprises, and the kind of support that we can actually put in place to help grow the sector. We've also had a strong focus on COVID. And in that, what we've done is the support that we've actually given organizations in adapting. And I remember at the beginning of the COVID restrictions, as an organization, Social Enterprise Scotland, we actually phoned our members to find what they were, how they were doing, what are the challenges that they were experiencing, and ways in which that we could, support them and seek for help from government. And I think what we found most difficult, and I think this goes across, across sectors, is that there was a lot of loneliness and people needed information and updates. So as Social Enterprise Scotland, what we have done is that we set up a weekly newsletter. And in this, we had targeted emails to our members to share information. Could it be about grants or any information that we felt that they needed? And also in terms of policy and representation, we work very closely with the Scottish Government, and part of this is to lobby for policy that will support social enterprise. We also regularly run social network events to allow our members to interact, to learn from other organizations, to share their challenges and some of the issues that they may have. So we found that this was really quite useful during these challenging times. We've also, we run online events, and the way we run the webinars is that we've run a series of webinars, and part of it could be looking at funding, diversity, and Dan talked a great deal about diversity. And as Social Enterprise Scotland, we are committed to diversity and inclusion because we know that the sector does benefit everyone. So we've also have our CEO, Chris Martin, runs a video, a vlog every Friday. And I think what that does, it sort of gives the highlights of the day, of the week, and what's happening, and some of the and share some of the good stories. And I think what this has shown is that we as a sector, we can support our members, and we know that we can deliver in terms of recovery, but also to look at ways that we can not only just recover, but also looking at ways of recovering in a more sort of sensitive, environmentally conscious way. And what we have also done is to expand in terms of our engagement, having cross-sectorial engagement with organizations from different sectors, because sometimes it's easy for us as social enterprise to look ourselves as a niche, but I think it's not a niche community for just social enterprises. And I think having stakeholder engagement and working with people from different sectors has greatly benefited our members. And we continue to work with the Scottish Government to find ways in which we can support the sector. And I think as a sector, really COVID has been extremely challenging, but I think as an organization and the leadership of the organization, what has been most difficult is really, I think it's easy to cheer on at people when things are going well, but I think what we have actually learned as an organization, or perhaps from a leadership perspective, what we can do to support and to keep cheering on people when things aren't going as well as we would expect. So it has been a challenging time, but I think with every challenge, there comes opportunity. And I see that the sector has the capacity to deliver and to grow, and we are very optimistic. And I think that we'll come out the other end much better and stronger. So that's all I have to share with you from Social Enterprise Scotland. Thank you, Peter, and all the panelists. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Irene. When I look at your face, it's like you are just here, but you are miles away. Thanks a lot. Irene is a Kenyan. We met on LinkedIn. Chatting. Actually, she saw when I think I posted about Social Enterprise Day, whatever it is. But Irene, we are really pleased with what we are doing there. The video we talked about Chris, I met Chris in the global event, and I think Chris is really an amazing person. I follow the videos, and even as here, we can share the content. The videos are very impressive in terms of what you are doing in Scotland. We followed the digital showcase that you have just mentioned. That was really amazing. And I think we have captured so many things. I'll request, because of time, the questions can be posted on the chat box, and Irene and Dan can answer, so that we close this session, if possible, by 1:30. So we'll avoid questions here, but you can ask the questions on the chat box. So thanks a lot, Irene, and pass our regards to Societ Scotland. Allow me to move on to Durban, South Africa, Vincent Zulu. Vincent, please introduce yourself and tell us your experience in South Africa in general.
Thank you very much, Peter. Sani Bonani, greetings from Durban, South Africa. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this program. Much appreciated. As Social Enterprise Durban, we exist to develop the social enterprise ecosystem, working with stakeholders, focusing on solving the challenges as related to sustainable development goals. We have particular passion, bias towards solving such problems using technology. We have two programs. One is on capacity building, and the other one is on program design and research. On capacity development, we're looking at training and development events and awareness about social enterprise. And on program two, which is program design and research, is that working with stakeholders to sort of gather the information, do case studies, and therefore use such to design some of the programs that stakeholders, whether corporations or government, can deploy to assist social entrepreneurs. What we have learned so far is that for the ecosystem to be great, to be conducive for the growth of social entrepreneurs, and is that collaborations are critical. We use the analogy of 1 + 1 is equal to 3. To say if we're doing it alone, you may achieve it, but at a smaller scale. But if you work together, you achieve much greater than individual components. And for that, it's about identifying a number of stakeholders, the actors and agents, and also it's about recognizing what each party can bring into the table. It's about understanding the value proposition that each stakeholder has. So while you may grapple with a particular challenge, to find that in certain government agencies, they've got excess capacity that can be utilized to solve whatever challenge there is, and to find that other stakeholders, the social entrepreneurs, might already have the solutions to that. So it's about bringing everybody together, collaborating. And the other lesson number 2, I'll just touch on 3 because of time, is on value proposition. We find that social entrepreneurs are doing amazing work. Some institutions are also doing amazing work towards social enterprise, but communicating or the value proposition is not always done to the extent that it requires. So you will find that end up with some misconceptions about it. Is it being charity? Is it being non-profit? Those kind of gray areas. Whereas what social entrepreneurs are bringing is solutions, sustainability, and it's about not only being good for the social entrepreneurs running sustainable businesses. It's about the systemic change in society. But I find that we haven't been able, as social entrepreneurs or other stakeholders, to really clarify the value proposition to the stakeholders. I find where we've been able, in certain instances, you'll find that partners are more willing to engage or even to support any endeavors towards the social enterprise. And lastly, the lesson that we've learned is that we are working on a system here. So there are a lot of actors and agents, and it takes time. So you need to be resistant, do what you do well continuously. And we need to move away from just focusing on the so-called low-hanging fruits, but to say we need to invest in programs or resources that will have a lasting impact. It's about understanding we operate in a complex environment. It's about understanding each other's interest in the system. And if we do that, we find that there is much better prospects for the social enterprises. I'm talking about entrepreneurs on one hand, and I'm talking about other key stakeholders like government and development institutes on the other hand. That would be all due to time factor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. This is very amazing. Allow me not to ask any questions, but we appreciate you a lot. Please pass our regards to the social enterprises in South Africa. I'll jump on to Rafael Degu from Proparco AFD. Please, Rafael, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Peter. Thank you. I think the pronunciation was good. Thank you again for inviting me to participate to this discussion. So my name is Raphaël. I'm working for the French Development Agency and Proparco. Basically, AFD, French Development Agency, the bilateral agencies, and Proparco is the DFI of France. What we do is we provide funding to the local government and also to the private sectors to develop a number of sectors. In Kenya, roughly every year, we put in place, let's say, an average of $300 million US dollar equivalent. It could be debt financing, it could be guarantee funding, It could be equity investment as well, or capacity building through grants. So I'm myself based in Nairobi. We have strong field networks with 80 offices all around the world. And in Nairobi, we have a regional team of about 40 staff. I prefer today maybe to focus directly on what AFD Proparco is doing on social inclusive business for Kenya. And actually, that's interesting because we just finalized a kind of study of social business in the country in Kenya, a kind of mapping. And one of the main outcome of this study is that the funding gap from social entrepreneurs to the potential investors is quite big. And we find out when analyzing over 100 social entrepreneurs and interviewing probably more 50 of them, is that in terms of funding sources for those companies and entrepreneurs, 53% say that they are funding their activities with their own personal savings. And 46% say that they're funding their activities with the business cash flows. But very few say that they get external partnerships, investors, or funders. So that's why we've been trying in the past years, in Kenya in particular, to put in place a number of funding to a number of social enterprise. And I'd like here maybe to briefly mention few operations we've been doing in the past. Actually, those are recent operations. We've been supporting Sanergy, which is a waste management company, an inclusive business, quite well known now in East Africa. And we've been signing a facility last August to finance dry toilets in informal settlements. And this is a 1 million euros funding. We've been also supporting last year CarePay, which is a fintech for micro insurance platform, which is providing a digital wallet. And here we've been providing a refundable grant of 1.2 million euros equivalent. Another interesting one is the support we've been providing to Eva Fund. Eva Fund is a local fund which is dedicated to supporting creative industries, meaning that creators, designers, photographers, art craft makers, small enterprise in this area and sector do not have access to banking funding, and even no funding as well from microfinance institutions. And Eva Fund is providing this support in terms of funding and technical assistance. We've been supporting Eva Fund through a loan and a capacity building program last year. And also, in order to scale up, we try also to be instrumental and to work with the financial sector. And we've been signing 2 months ago with Equity Bank an SME credit line of $100 million equivalent, which aims at supporting SMEs on a broad scale basis. I'd like maybe to mention 2 other initiatives which are interesting and not just funding initiatives. One of them is a kind of capacity building program AFD is proposing. We've started in 2017 a social inclusive business camp in France, where we welcome every year, let's say 60 social entrepreneurs from Africa to provide a coaching and a mentorship program, which is a bootcamp program based in France of a few weeks. And here we take inspiration of the Boulder program, which was very efficient on the microfinance sector in the past years. So we try progressively probably to take ideas from this sector and to support the social entrepreneurs with this kind of mentorship program. And at least maybe just few words also on a very brand new initiative we are kicking off this month, which is also a Pan-African initiative, but Kenyan entrepreneurs could somehow benefit from it, is a bridge fund, which is called Digital Africa, where actually what we found out is that at the moment with the COVID crisis, there is so much difficulties for startups and especially social entrepreneurs to finalize fundraising and to have fundraising closing put in place in this difficult environment. So what we are putting now in place is a facility of 5 million euros equivalent, which will provide to those social entrepreneurs bridge funding. So this is a bullet debt financing, which is repaid only at the end of the loan when the startup has managed to close its funding, its capital raise. And we plan to do that with a various number of investment funds with which we're already working with in Africa. And there are a number of them actually active in Kenya and in East Africa. Ticket size will be between 200,000 US and 600,000 US. And we really believe that this will be instrumental to help probably between 15 and 20 social businesses to overcome and to go through the current COVID crisis. Thank you, everyone. I just stop here, and I'll be pleased to address any questions, if any.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. We are 5 minutes past time. I don't have the pleasure to extend this anymore. I think the delegates and the guests will engage you, will provide the email so that they can follow up with you. But we as Social Welfare Society of Kenya, I think we'll follow up with you. And we need to thank the French Embassy for introducing us to you and the team at FOPAC and AFD. We'll follow up with you in terms of how we can engage. Thank you so much. Back to you, Benedetta.
Thank you very much, Peter, and the whole team who are in that session. And what is coming out of these sessions is that it's very clear that research is very important in the decisions that we make as social entrepreneurs. So it is important to have data-informed decisions and also to look at recommendations that are coming out of those research. Let us also be part of that research to ensure that the decisions we make as social entrepreneurs is informed by what is happening on the ground. So at this point, I would like to welcome BLab CEO, who is Gwyn Kimani, the Executive Director of BLab. And she will take us through the shining a spotlight on social enterprises in Kenya. Welcome, Gwyn. Kindly unmute and go ahead.
Thank you, Benedetta. Patrick, please share the video. Thanks.
There's a mind shift that needs to happen for business owners, regardless of the size of your business, whether your business is focused on social impact or not. Any for-profit business needs to be mindful.
If business is the driver of growth, how can it be done in a way that is of benefit not only to shareholders, but to the workers, to the community, to the environment, to the society, and also just tackling some of the biggest things that we're seeing in terms of inequality and prosperity on the continent.
Businesses make up over 80% of the economy. In East Africa, the challenge is mighty, and indeed in the whole of the African continent. We've attributed it to government to solve the problem for us. We have never really thought about our contribution as private sector.
If measuring what matters is what businesses are about, then we also have to measure what really matters over and above economic profit. So we created what we call the B Impact Assessment, the BIA, a free confidential tool that helps you measure your social and environmental impact holistically on the business operations and the business model that you've created for your organization.
Case in point, the items that we measure, your relationship with your employees in our worker section. We also measure your relationship with your community, your customers, your suppliers, and your relationship with the environment in which you operate. And then lastly, we measure your governance structures to see whether whatever measures you put in place can be carried on for generations.
When Soko came across the B Impact Assessment tool, I think what that does is it shows you that there's people who've sat down and come up with a matrix that you can measure yourself against. And so impact has always been one of the core foundations and values of this business. But as you grow the business, You're always trying to figure out how to measure impact and do things, but businesses get busy. And so sometimes the focus can slip. And so you start wondering, how do you measure yourself?
Initially, coming into this market as a social enterprise, there's literally nothing that's like governing how we do things. After the BIA, I would say the biggest change for us is structures, not just around issues of impact or environment, but also our own internal structures, so around operations. So right now, I'd say we are actively measuring ourselves against our targets.
For us, it was just, this is great, this is something that we can plug in and then use as an accountability tool for ourselves, so that we never ever lose sight of some of our core mission bits. And so that's why when we came across the impact assessment, it seems to be a glove fit for us.
We could be creating impact, but to some level there are things that we felt we could be leaving out. And that is why we went for the impact assessment, because these help us to focus more on some of the things that technically in the normal business running would not have paid more attention to it, because we realize that as B Corps, we need to take care of the environment, which is okay, is our line of business, the community, and also the staff that we work with. And so the B Impact Assessment tool has actually helped us to focus more on the impact we create, and also explore some of the areas that in one way or the other we have been leaving out.
Right now, we are 42 B certified companies in East and South Africa. We are hoping to increase the number of companies that are using the impact assessment.
You measure things because you're saying, I want to be accountable for things that we care about. So if you really care about something, but you have no accountability around it, that communicates what you really think about that thing.
Take the impact assessment test. You'll be able to tell what you're doing well and what you're not doing well. You'll be able to see whether your presence is having a positive impact. With that baseline, you can make decisions about the strategy of your business.
The best reward we can give to the society, the best reward we can give to the environment as businesses, is to use the power of business as a force for good.
A different kind of capitalism can exist. You want there to be a different kind of business, a business that doesn't exist only for profit, but profitable solutions for people and planet.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining the Social Enterprise Day celebrations online. In this pandemic season, online meeting fatigue is very real. So we really do not take your presence for granted. Thank you, ARESSOK, for inviting us to participate in this celebration of social enterprises on the annual Global Social Enterprise Day. Social enterprises are an important part of the economy because of their deliberate design to create a business that positively impacts their community and environment, and oftentimes plug in gaps that have not been addressed by the public or private sector. So at B-Lab, we support and promote companies, like you've seen in the video, social enterprises, which use their business as a force for good. As a not-for-profit, B-Lab offers a platform that supports, elevates, and accelerates the work of purpose-driven enterprises by providing free online tools for businesses to use to measure and improve their impact. Our B Impact Assessment tool, like what was featured in the video, enables companies to measure their impact across various areas. For example, governance, community, and environment. We also only have a few years left to achieve the 2030 agenda. Our SDG Action Manager tool, which was co-developed with the UN Global Compact, provides the means for businesses to make a positive contribution to achieving the 2030 agenda. It enables companies to establish a baseline of the impact of their operations on the SDGs, set improvement goals, and track their progress. The SDG Action Manager tool enables companies to establish a baseline of the impact of their operations on the SDGs. From tackling youth unemployment and women empowerment to providing access to clean energy and medical technologies, certified B corporations are accelerating high growth solutions to inequality, poverty, unemployment, and environmental degradation. It is our vision that all of us in this forum as ecosystem players will join hands to ensure the growth and success of a thriving social enterprise sector in Kenya. I invite partners and collaborators to reach out to us with their initiatives, and we will do the same. Please follow us on social media, sign up to our newsletter to keep abreast of all our programs and initiatives, as well as funding opportunities that social enterprises can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwyn. Thank you for that insightful issue on impact assessment. And to measure impact, it's a very key thing in social entrepreneurship, so that you can also be accountable in the things that you do. At this point, I would like to invite Kenneth Ndua, who is a board member of ARESSOK, and he will take us through a short session in terms of seeing the status of the social enterprises in Kenya. Welcome, Kenneth.
Thank you, Bernadette. Patrick, you could help with the PowerPoint presentation. My name is Kenneth. I'm the ARESSOK board treasurer, and I also run a social enterprise called Stamp Green Tech, where I'm the project and product design specialist.
My name is Jackie Malomba. I'm the founder of AfriWomen Connect. AfriWomen Connect works with women.
Patrick, I think that's the wrong. The PowerPoint presentation. Generally, I could be going on and look at what I had put there. And looking at who is a social entrepreneur in Kenya. In Kenya, we define them as people who are very innovative and very creative people. They come in form of people and also in form of institutions. And majority of them, you'll find they will be trying to solve a social problem. This could focus on health, environment, and or a social problem. And most of the time, they do this through a business lens. If you look at the study by the British Council in 2016, we had around 44,000 social enterprises in Kenya. They could be registered, they could not be registered. And you'd find there the people who drive the ecosystem. And when you look at the social entrepreneurs in Kenya, majority of them are under the age of 35 years. And you'd find because most of these people are the graduates from the university, from the colleges who don't have work. So they're the people who have small cyber cafes. They're the people who find who are developing maybe Androids. Patrick, go to number 2, slide 2. They're the people who are developing Androids and all that. And you'd find that with time now, things have really changed in this country. With the challenges, retirement, people losing their jobs, we're even finding people who are above 35 years are getting more and more engaged in the social entrepreneurship ecosystem. In Kenya, a social enterprise is mostly registered as a limited liability companies. Some are business names, others. And what happens, how we define a social enterprise in Kenya, we derive the aspect of being social enterprise through the services offered or the product the impact. You'd realize like because people register, let's say like myself, Stamp Cleantech Limited, but what is the impact in it or the social aspect in it is what defines me as a social enterprise. But we have also found another cluster of people who register companies who are limited by guarantees. And then if you go out to so many places in Nairobi, you find people who are non-registered entities, small businesses in urban and rural areas. You'd also find we have different categories of social entrepreneurs. I would say commonly the three models. We have model one, who are the profit generators. Most of these are corporates with CSR programs or those who give a percentage of their profit to developing charitable projects. An example is KCB, Corp, Barclays, Equity, and then you find they have something like what we'd call like foundations. A good example is Equity that lands. They do business, but they have an arm, like the Equity Foundation that gives scholarship and all that. And then we have another category where majority now of the social enterprise, of the entrepreneurs are we call it the trade-off. These are they have social impact as integral part of their nature in how they trade. And you find like these enterprises in Kenya, they try to put a balance between generating financial returns and creating social impact. And that's what you'd find in ARESSOK. Majority of these entrepreneurs, you'd find that's where they fall. You know, they have an aspect of the social impact, which I said is mostly in their products, in their processes. And then we have another category who we call them the rock step. Trading activity has direct social impact. A good example is the cooperative movement. You know, they do trade and with people register and then they get loans to go and invest maybe in their projects or in their home. And you'd find like the cooperative movement is very strong in Kenya. And you'd find like their impact increases or decreases in step with financial returns of what they get. And this is very common. But you'd realize with all these, we have what you call barriers that affect the growth of social enterprises in Kenya, as in ARESSOK, as we keep on talking to our members. And one of the biggest barriers that we have found currently affecting the growth of the social enterprises in Kenya is access to capital. You'd find that you have a lot of startups, you know, people looking for money to start their businesses for growth and for scaling up. Sometimes you find a lack of goodwill from banks and financial institutions. Somebody like maybe in the clean energy sector, you find they're being asked, you know, we don't identify with maybe with stoves, you do ceramic stoves, you do this. But if you want us to guarantee and to give you money, maybe you may have to bring us something like, let's say like a title deed or a logbook of a car. You also find the social enterprises in Kenya have a lot of challenges in grant making. Majority of them lack capacity in developing grant proposals, and how do they even manage? We've seen for instances, and I've seen for instances, even as you support social enterprises, there somebody gets, let's say like 5 million, 10 million, and they get so overly excited on this, and they are not able to manage this. So you'd find that it messes them up rather than helping them grow to the next stage. We've also found a duplication and lack of creativity in ideas. If you go today to people, majority of the people who are social enterprises, today I create a product and tomorrow you find someone duplicating the same. So this has been quite a challenge in the social enterprises. Another biggest challenge we have faced is regulatory framework, both national and county. Examples is getting approvals, tax. You know, you find there are no tax havens for small enterprises. Today, let's say like for me, I'm in Nairobi. I want to take my products from Nairobi and I want to take them to somewhere like, let's say like Isiolo. In Kenya, I'll have to pass through quite a number of counties. And you'd find everywhere you stop, if I'm having a lorry, I have to pay some money. So you find like it becomes very costly sometimes to do businesses. And lastly, one of the greatest barriers that affects the growth of social enterprises in Kenya is skills in learning social enterprises. You know, you find a majority of them, as I say, they lack financial literacy, business growth, proposal writing, and impact measurements. People are doing very good and great work. But when you ask them, what's your impact? Somebody cannot be able to qualify that. You know, And this is something that has been lacking because there are so many people who are impacting very heavily within where they are working, whether in the urban areas, whether in the rural areas. I would want to touch briefly on the COVID-19. You'd find that with all those barriers that the social enterprises in Kenya has been facing, the COVID-19 came with also its effects. Some are positive and some are very negative. And I'll start with the positive effects. We have seen a lot of innovativeness in doing business. People have gone virtual, you know, which in a way have also expanded their market. And this market, people now are able to know more about them. Then we have seen a lot of innovative products. We've seen a lot of social entrepreneurs coming up, people making equipments that address, you know, the challenges of COVID-19. We've seen a lot of innovative products. And also we have also seen another good bit, the renegotiation of financial obligations, loans by the banks, you know, and even sometimes even banks telling for those who are able to access, who has the access to the loans, that they can be able to go to the bank and maybe get a loan or get a facility that would help them pay for their stuff. But we have also seen a lot of negative effects on the businesses. It has become very high cost of doing business. Cash flows are in the negative. Availability of roads that are not well planned. We've also seen and experienced whereby a social entrepreneur thinks, because I have a challenge, let me just go for a loan. And they go for a loan, and then within a few months, they were not able to know how to use that loan, and then it becomes due. And also the aspect of the duplication of business. However, all is not lost in Kenya. And in Kenya, I think it's one of the budding places where we have built up apex bodies and organizations who have been seeking to support the sector players better, realize their respective social missions in supporting social enterprises. An example is Aspen. Then we have ESEN. And then I would also want to focus more on the Social Enterprise Society of Kenya that has done a lot of work. We've been talking to our members, encouraging them, you know, trying to build linkages. You find in the virtual platforms, there's a lot of opportunities that members send there, you know, supporting each other, calling each other. So, and this has come in very strong. And you find even before it has continued supporting the ecosystem in Kenya. We have ARESSOK and E4 Impact who have been very supportive to the social enterprise ecosystem in Kenya, supporting the social entrepreneurs in, you know, in trainings, maybe linkages to the grant, Tangaza universities. And also in Kenya, we have a lot of incubators and accelerators, and people like Safaricom Foundation who keep on announcing and saying, if you have got a good proposal, send it in, and we are going to fund. So you'd find that there's quite a lot of support, regardless of the challenges that entrepreneurs are facing. There is a lot of support. So what we need to do going forward, you realize with all this support, there's a need for a collaborative mechanism to be put into place to avoid amongst the apex bodies and you know, what we'd call duplication of interventions. And ARESSOK is a good example to benchmark with, because you'll find like E4 Impact is doing a certain law, ARESSOK is doing a certain law, ARESSOK is doing a certain law, and this has helped so much. And this helps now in lack of duplication of interventions, so that because trainings are well arranged, you know, we also need like even the other people, the other actors in the field, like in the aspect of the grants, then how do we come in and we don't duplicate, we don't keep on giving grants and all that. Another thing that could help is the social enterprise policy in Kenya, which needs to be finalized. And I know ARESSOK is playing a very critical role in this. We also need to look at the ecosystem that balances between local indigenous startups and foreign startups based in Kenya in funding. There's been a lot of talk in this. You know, people would talk in Kenya about startups that are making it and we are very famous there, but you find these are not indigenous startups. So what is it that we need to put into place that support these indigenous startups so that they can be at par and compete for grants with the foreign-based startups in Kenya? Also going forward, as the people in the ecosystem, we need to also lobby for government subsidies. You know, they are not tax holidays for startups, people with very creative ideas. You know, today I start a business, I register a business, and tomorrow what happens is the KRA is on my neck. They need me to start paying pay as you earn. They want me to pay VAT. But you find like maybe a foreign company comes and they promise they are going to do a lot of investment in this country, and they're given tax holidays. And at the end of the day, majority of these people don't even invest. So that's something that us in the ecosystem, particularly those who are accelerating the aspect of the social entrepreneurs, we really need to look at. And then accelerators and incubators need to model their outputs and how they and apply an end user centered approach for the social enterprises. They need to have to be very collaborative and consultative. You know, sometimes you go to an accelerator and an incubator, they have already set up their goals, and it's all about achieving their goals. It's all about achieving their objectives, and they don't put into consideration these entrepreneur. You know, these social enterprises have come in. So there's a need for harmony. There's need to harmonize this so that we are able to have a very good state of the social enterprise ecosystem in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. That was a very good insight on the status of social enterprises in Kenya. And what is coming out is that there needs to be a lot of collaboration in terms of the things that we do. When there is collaboration, we achieve more value, and we achieve more with collaboration. Now, before we get into the last session of the day, where Kenneth Ndua is moderating, I would request that Patrick plays one short video, and then we get prepared for the next session. Patrick?
My name is Jackie Malomba. I'm the founder of AfriWomen Connect. AfriWomen Connect works with women and youth. We work with mainly with organized women groups and help them in socio-economic development. Mainly, we really focus so much on economic development through one of our programs called Table Banking that enables the women to access funding or to access funds to improve their lives, basically, or to improve their businesses. I work with groups, with women groups, a lot of women groups. I think we've impacted over 2,000 women from the time we started as AfriWomen Connect. Any learning I get, I'm able to share it with the groups that we have, the leaders that we have, the business people that we train. So this training is not just for me. The most exciting part about it is that I'm able to also be a mentor to other women, other groups, other businesses. My own mentorship session experience, it's been exciting. My mentor is Wamuyu. Wamuyu is an Ashoka fellow, and of course, at first, the bonding, she made the bonding very easy for me to be comfortable, to share what I have to share. I would call her an expert mentor. I think she's been in it for a very long time, so she knows how to deal with different people and different social entrepreneurship, particularly I think is her field. I think this time I really thank Ashoka, and I have this good feeling inside me that AfriWomen Connect is gonna be better than it was before I started my leadership.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you for that interlude. Now I would like to call upon the last session of our day. And this session is going to look at an ecosystem approach towards building a more resilient social enterprise sector, which was our theme for today. And I will start with David Chebruyot. David is the E4Impact Regional Director of East Africa. And E4Impact is an accelerator who is a key partner in the ARESSOK project. Welcome, David. The next person I want to welcome is Vincent Othiambo. Vincent is the East Africa Regional Director of Ashoka East Africa. Welcome, Vincent.
Thank you.
Next
Thank you,
person
Benedetta.
I would like to invite is Arif Neki. Arif is the NAB Kenya, NAB Kenya Task Force. Welcome, Arif. The
Thank
next
you.
person I want to invite is Asif Nyorani, who is an investment manager in INP. The next person is Apollo Edewa. Apollo is working with the British Council, Kenya. And then the last person who has already spoken to us is Gwyn Kimani. And this session will be moderated by Kenneth Ndua. Kenneth, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bernadette. Without much ado, we'll straight go to our discussion for today. And we're going to discuss about an ecosystem approach towards building a resilient and a social enterprise sector. And I'll be calling upon our panelists so that they can respond. And how we're going to do it is this. We're going to think and listen. What is an ecosystem? And how we're going to respond to is, how do you relate it to what as an institution you do, and also in relation to a social enterprises? So I would want David Cheboriot, for Impact, to start for us.
All right, thanks, Kenneth. And I think this is a very interesting discussion, trying to unpack what an ecosystem is. I think in a way, as for Impact, and for Impact, for the ones who don't know, stands for Entrepreneurship for Impact. We consider ourselves to actually be an ecosystem builder. And that said, I think that an ecosystem is really a group of actors that come together to support enterprises. So they could be the entrepreneurs themselves, they form part of the ecosystem. Accelerators like ourselves are part of this ecosystem. Incubators, venture capitalists, business angels, banks, institutions of higher learning that are supporting entrepreneurship, public sector agencies, governmental bodies, and also the financiers that actually sometimes invest their resources to support entrepreneurship are part of the ecosystem. So I mentioned that I think we consider ourselves to be a very critical player, part of the ecosystem, but also an ecosystem builder. Because when we take in entrepreneurs to work with, either in our MBA program, like the MBA we run in collaboration with Tangazo University College, or in our accelerator here, we don't see ourselves as a standalone institution. We know that these entrepreneurs need support. There is a sort of a growth and a startup continuum, and that supports enterprises at different levels. So if they're ideating, then they need ideation support. If they're scaling, they need scaling support. So as, let's say, as an accelerator, we work a lot with enterprises that are actually scaling. So we actually link them up with other ecosystem actors, such as venture capitalists. And now we have a database of almost more than 20 that we are working with. For instance, in the last, I think, cohort of acceleration, we managed to support entrepreneurs raise more than 2.5 million euros, for instance, from the VCs that are collaborating with us. So to be very brief, I think I've mentioned what an ecosystem is and how we are supporting being an ecosystem builder and also being part of the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for that. Going to Ashoka, Vincent Odhiambo from Ashoka, East Africa. And what is an ecosystem as per definition of Ashoka, and relating it to the work that you do as an institution?
All right. Thank you, Ken. Thank you so much. Now, just briefly, for those of you who don't know about Ashoka, Ashoka is a leading network of social entrepreneurs. Ashoka as an organization is credited to having coined, the founder actually, to having coined the term social entrepreneurship. So our definition of what an ecosystem is, I mean, it doesn't fall very far from what David has said. So we look at an ecosystem when you're thinking about social entrepreneurs or social enterprises from the family, as part of that ecosystem. So we look at if this was a a production line. So we look, and then the end product is maybe the service or the product that the social enterprise is kind of focusing on. If this is a production line, then it starts with what we are all familiar with. What are the different stages of it? So there is the ideation. So at the ideation stage, you're thinking of family, friends, you know, and maybe an institution like Tangaza as part of that immediate ecosystem. Then from ideation, you know, you look at the next stage. Is it developing a prototype, and how does that look like? Now that's where David E4 Impact, the accelerator, you know, comes in, and other incubators. Then you look at where now you want to have, you know, proof of this, like out there in the field. Is this working? Is this beginning to show some level of impact? Who are the players at that level to support this? They could be professionals, they could be established social entrepreneurs, like what we are doing within the ARESSOK project, you know, roping in Ashoka fellows to support with the mentorship. You know, it could be other professionals, experts in some of the key areas that a social entrepreneur needs to master, and probably they don't have the skills, so you just need to bring in other professionals to support in that way. So that is at the point when you transition into scale. Then you look at, you know, scaling now. You know, you talk of all these other funders, you know, coming in to support in that direction. And then we also see, when you talk about now the sustainable scale from a Ashoka perspective, this is system change, the way we look at it. So for system change, depending on the direction, the path that you want to take, if you want to, you know, effect system change from a policy influencing perspective, then policy influencers and other international development partners, like, you know, represented here, like the Arif, Neki, these are the people that you want to bring into that kind of conversation to help you scale. If you want to change the market dynamics, also, who are the players, you know, who have the levers within that market that you want to effect change, or you want to create impact. So that is the way we look at an ecosystem. And whenever we talk of ecosystem, it's, and I must say this, I can't just remember the report, but I read it in some report, where it was being stated, the author states, when you think about an ecosystem, you immediately think of this saying in Africa, it takes a village to raise a child, right? So it takes an entire ecosystem to raise an innovation, or to really accelerate impact, accelerate change. So for social entrepreneurs, social enterprises, there is no way we can talk about social entrepreneurs, social enterprises without being very intentional and deliberate in thinking who are the players that we need to connect with. How does the ecosystem look like? So this is a very timely conversation. I think this theme for this year's celebration of Global Social Enterprise Day. And I think ARESSOK has just, you're right, you're spot on, even in terms of, I mean, looking at the speakers throughout the day, it goes to show that ARESSOK is very much aware of the role that an ecosystem plays, and you're actively looking at engaging all these different ecosystems. And as Ashok, I think the other thing that, the other aspect of ecosystem that we come into this conversation aware of, and sort of having, is the global nature of this ecosystem, right? Peter, I mean, and ARESSOK reach out to a number of people from outside, you know. So when we're talking about ecosystem right now, I think in these current times that we are in, we also have to think about this ecosystem beyond just the national. Think about this ecosystem at a very global level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent, for those insights. I would want to jump into the next question and ask Arif Neki from NAB Kenya Task Force. In your view and in your context, do you agree social entrepreneurs need special support mechanism? And thinking around that, you could also talk about what would you prioritize and seek to enhance within the same? Arif.
Thank you very much, Kenneth, and thanks to my co-panelists. I think David and Vincent have, very eloquently described the ecosystem issue, and in terms of the kinds of supports that you are speaking about, I think there's a wide-ranging set of supports that one needs to draw from the ecosystem. Vincent had a lovely African proverb. I have one more that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. And I think one of my favorite sayings is that you can have the best strategy, business strategy, startup strategy, but culture will eat strategy for breakfast. So unless we understand the context in which we live, understand the dynamics that we have around us, in terms of the enabling environment, in terms of the players, the institutional architecture, the donors, the civil society dynamics, I think all of that is extremely relevant. The types of supports that I've seen, I run what's called the SDG Partnership Platform. This we co-created with the government of Kenya. It's co-chaired by the President and the UN, launched in September 2017 at the UN General Assembly. And our focus is to unlock SDG partnerships, investments, and financing around the Big Four agenda. And in the last couple of years, we've unlocked about $200 million of concrete investments at various stages of development in primary healthcare. And we're now excited to have launched our food and nutrition security window and working on manufacturing and affordable housing. And what we found was that a number of these investment proposals and initiatives required a lot of support. When you talk about innovations and we talk about Kenya being what we call the Silicon Savannah, Joe Mucheru and us, we all went on a joint mission in January to Silicon Valley to link the Silicon Savannah and the Silicon Valley. And one of the things that's been coming out quite strongly is that most of our innovators are really great, young, creative Kenyans. But what they oftentimes don't have is the connectivity across, maybe almost 100 labs, hubs, and accelerators that often don't talk to each other. So how do you aggregate and amplify the best knowledge, the best approaches towards issues that can have an impact on the public good simultaneously? And so we created an SDG Accelerator Lab, which we launched at the UNGA with Rockefeller and with Ruth Kagia, Joe Mucheru, and colleagues in the Kenya government. And the idea here is, how do you help young people, protect their IPs? Once they get to some level of innovation, we find that they oftentimes end up prematurely selling off their innovations for a song. You can have an amazing innovation and you'll have somebody with $5,000 cash who pick it up and then move on to make the next 50 million globally and in Silicon Valley. Africa is losing its IPs. How do you create an Africa property company that we can list on the stock exchange that can help young people draw cash flow, but not lose the baby with the bathwater? So those kinds of supports around understanding cash flow, understanding financial access, understanding protection of IPs. Secondly, to think about scaling and systems influence. Vincent alluded to this as well. 57 years after independence, we still had 35% of Kenyans below poverty, even before COVID hit us. And I think one of the issues is this disease called pilotitis, which we've had longer than COVID. It's an issue of not having enough scale and systems approach. It's having little puffs of excellence called pilots in a sea of deprivation. How do we scale? And to create scale, you need ecosystem support. You need to have government, you need to have donor partners, you need to have innovators, academia, research. You really need the whole fruit basket. So what we found from our experience is that a lot of good ideas are coming through. When they try and scale across multiple counties, they need help with government, they need help with counties. They also need financial support. So we created a national advisory board for impact finance, because we found that even the financiers in private sector often didn't talk to each other. So we brought together the Kenya Bankers Association, the Africa Venture Philanthropy Alliance, which we co-created, the East Africa Private Equity Venture Capital Association, Convergence, East Africa Philanthropy Network, pensions, cooperatives, angel investors. So now we have a national advisory board, which I chair, which actually has, private capital looking for good deal flow. So I don't buy the idea that there isn't private capital available. What we don't have is projects that are investable, that have been given the relevant amount of TA and other supports from the ecosystem to get to the point where they can be investable. And unless they're investable, you're not going to be able to create the kind of scale and systems influence we want to do. So I think here's an opportunity for an ecosystem that can connect the dots. And we also need other issues like harnessing big data, technology innovations, market penetration, strengthening value chains, and identifying gaps across crops, livestock, and aquaculture. Thinking about enabling environment policies. We talk about the PPP Act, but how many of us have really looked at how many PPPs have happened in Kenya beyond infrastructure? And why not? What's the issue? So those types of ecosystem supports. And finally, I think things around mentoring, helping young people understand the path moving forward, trying to be essentially on call, available to help people take away constraints that cost them a lot of time and money, and oftentimes they cannot afford to hold back that long. How do we accelerate and leapfrog development in Kenya so it doesn't take you 10 years or 5 years to get to that level of growth, when if we really put our heads together, we can do it much faster? So my message to everyone is really to say that, we need to converge, we need to break the silos and converge in the ecosystem. And let's go beyond our egos, logos, and silos and converge for impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arif, for the inputs and all that. And I want to build on the same with Asif Norani, an investment manager in INP. Looking at what Arif has talked about, young creatives, connectivity, and all that, there's so much that is out there that needs to be done. Asif, as an investment manager, what are the 3 things that maybe we should prioritize to help in supporting the mechanism that supports the social entrepreneurs?
Great. So, yep. No, thank you. Thanks to the other panelists as well, and I think great views all around. I'll just maybe give a brief of what and who INP is. So INP is a French-based private equity early stage investor, both early stage and later stage as well, but invest in startups and SMEs across sub-Saharan Africa with we have 7 or 8 offices and invest in about 18 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and Nairobi being the newest office, which we opened this year. From where we then invest across the East African region, generally supporting businesses with equity funding, convertible pref shares or equity, quasi equity type funding. Sit on the board, participate in growing these businesses, and we generally put somewhere between $1 to $5 million in these businesses. But we have a number of other vehicles. So we have what we're calling a technology accelerator. It's called an accelerator, but really it's an investor putting small amounts of money, $50,000 to $100,000 in tech startups, not yet in Kenya. So this is, we've just started recently in West Africa. And the idea being that, that also spurs the whole ecosystem conversation of supporting businesses at that nascent stage to the point where we ourselves are able to get better deal flow in the bigger funds. So we have a number of different vehicles for that in different stages. So, $50,000 to $100,000. We have vehicles that are able to do, $200,000 to $300,000 up to $500,000, and then we have the fund currently investing in East Africa that's doing $1 million to $5 million. And we've remotely, before we opened the office here, invested in 3 businesses in East Africa. But across, when you look at the whole of Africa, it's about 100 deals, from when the fund started in 2002. So quite a bit of activity. And I think it's an interesting conversation because, we are a commercial investor that looks at impact very, very keenly. And it's one of our main thesis of looking for businesses that provide the right impact into the society. And we do that by really just, investing in the right kind of businesses. And one of the things I think that is important to consider, I think one of my co-panelists brought it up, is entrepreneurs that are, African, based in Africa, born here, etc., that are not able to get, even with the great innovations, are probably not able to get the right funding into the business. And therefore, there's something lacking there. It's not the innovation, it's something else. And in overview, I think that's just the PR angle of it. How do you pitch to investors? What do you say? What do you bring out? And is it the right time to raise investment, etc., and the connectivity around it? And I think that's one of the three things to prioritize, is understanding what the entrepreneur needs and what kind of training he needs to actually pitch in front of people and get that cash. Because it's really not about, whether you're African, Indian, white, etc. It's really about, is this an investable business? Will it give the investor the right return? And who will the investor exit to, and why are you looking as an entrepreneur for that cash? And what kind of cash are you looking for? Are you looking for grants? Are you looking for equity investment? Are you looking for debt? And just the focus around that, and that's part of the things to prioritize. In terms of how do you pitch and what do you do and what is the investor looking for. I think the other thing really to prioritize that we generally look at for businesses is your management team and everything around it. And is this a one-man show? Is this a team that really knows what they're doing? And in terms of execution, because we normally say 90% is the idea, 10% is the idea, 90% is the execution. So understanding the kind of execution that you need to have to beat the rest of the market. And there is a difference between a business that will end up being just an SME and a business that will be a startup that will be a huge thing and solving real problems that we have on the continent. And that is how you create the best impact, in fact, is if you're going to be a business that's going to end up doing $1 million in revenue and grow slowly, and is going to do $1 million in revenue over the next 10 years, you're not going to provide the impact that you really want. The idea for us, I think, is to invest in businesses that are scalable, that are actually solving the problems that we have on the continent, whether it's in the finance space, in fintech, or in healthcare and education, in agribusiness, and essential services that really, in logistics, and essential services that we think there's a big gap in what we can should be able to do on this continent. I mean, just as an example, it's more expensive to take a container load from Rwanda, from Kigali to Dar es Salaam, than it is to take it from Dar es Salaam to China, and that really should not be the fact. And that is something that we need to start addressing. So I think that's the second. I think the third thing to prioritize and to look at is there's a lot of money actually floating around. I think Arif mentioned, it's not that there is a lack of money. There's in fact more money in this ecosystem than can find good deals, and then we find a lot of deal flow, but we invest in one business for every 100 that we look at. So there's a 1% success rate, and everybody is facing the same, and everybody now at this stage is looking. If I've looked at a deal, even at my level of $1 million type investment, I'm sure there's 3-4 other investors at least looking at it. The higher you go, going towards $6, $7 million, $10 million investment, it even becomes worse. One deal is being looked at by 10 different investors. Before I've seen it, 5 others have looked at it. And that's whether it's in tech investment, or tech-enabled or traditional businesses, it's the same. And there's a lot of competition for deals out there. But really the entrepreneur needs to understand who is it that they're getting on board. Why is this investor investing in them? What do they want from the investor? Because that's the focus area. So it's just not about money, but it's what is the investor going to bring, and is that really what I want? And why do I want that money? And what does it mean giving away? I think a lot of the entrepreneurs are not, they don't understand off the bat what it means giving equity away, part of it anyway, and what does that mean for really the change that the investor will bring. So they're happy getting the money, but what does that money come with? Can it come with support? And if it's support, can I listen to that support? Can I take advantage of the connection that this investor has, rather than telling them, give me the money, come to board meetings, but that's it. So I think those would be sort of my 3 main points.
Thank you so much, Asif, for your input. And I want to pick something that I want Aporo of the British Council to answer into this. You see, one of the key things that supports the mechanism is processes. And one of the things that you find when you come to the social entrepreneurship ecosystem is there are so many processes that people need to follow, an entrepreneur needs to follow. How do we demystify this? Aporo, you could address this. How do we demystify this? And how do we bring support that benefits the social entrepreneurs? And they can derive a lot of benefits from this. It can bring sustainability, leading into enterprises that would thrive. Aporo, as from British Council. I think Aporo is not, maybe we could go to Gwing. Maybe you could try to put some input on the same. How do we demystify this thing about processes that seek to support the social entrepreneurship ecosystem? Gwing, Executive Director. Yes.
Thank you. You know, in business, there are things that we can't escape. If you have to run a good business, there are things that you can't escape. And I feel like because most of the social enterprises are usually led by one or a small team, there's often burnout. So when you present to a social entrepreneur that you have to do all these things or you have to go through all these processes, they immediately feel like they can't do it, because we've seen it, especially when businesses are coming to complete the impact assessment tool. It's overwhelming at a go. So I think that a good way to approach this would be, firstly, delegation. That's one thing that businesses don't do well. Asif mentioned that one of the priorities is having a good management team. So the encouragement to the social enterprises is, don't seek to run a business that revolves around you as one person. You have to have a management team or an advisory board that can help you as you're navigating this ecosystem to make your business thrive, such that if you're supposed to set governance structures, you have help. If you're supposed to figure out what is my business model, what is the impact that I'm having, who should I be engaging with, what kind of investors do I need, you can't do that as one person. So you have to have a good team. If having a team is not possible, you can seek mentors. I mean, the ARESSOK program is a good program in that it matches, the mentors to the businesses. You can plug in. And then at B-Lab, we also do workshops. You can come to a workshop. We invite experts also to come and help businesses go through these processes, so that even when you leave the workshop, you have a way forward and it's not daunting to you. The other thing that Arif said, which I think was great, is that we need to converge for impact, right? So as the ecosystem players are working together to have an impact, when the social enterprises are interacting, they know that we are all there to help them. We are not working against each other. So they can seek help. Help is one thing that people find difficult to ask for. But if they don't ask for help, then it's very difficult for them to thrive.
Okay, thank you so much, Gwing. I want to pick a point on the impact, because at the end of the day, the processes talks about impact. And I would want us to go to the last bit of our discussion today, and maybe we could start with you. Then how then does social enterprise translate ecosystem support to social impact that is verifiable? Because you're doing a lot on the social impact measurement. Processes are supposed to do impact measurement. And then, going to that question, then how then does social enterprise translate the ecosystem support to social impact that can be verified?
Thanks for that. I think what I would say is that when you think about impact, and so with social enterprises specifically, you have to have, or the social enterprise has to have an impact-driven business model. Because if the impact is not embedded in the way you're operating from the get-go, and impact is something that you're trying to add on to your model, it's going to be difficult to achieve. So from the beginning, as you're thinking about what is the business that I'm doing, you have to think about what is the impact that I'm targeting. What is the problem that I'm seeking to solve? So that as you're coming up with your business model, it automatically addresses this impact. The second thing you have to do is to have a baseline, right? So where am I starting from? Am I starting from having zero impact at all? Or am I starting from a point where the business has begun and then I'm trying to change the model or pivot so that I can already have an impact? So once you have your baseline, then you start seeing the areas of improvement. So both of the tools that our business has, the impact assessment tool, as well as the SDG Action Manager, it allows you to have a baseline from the first time that you complete the application. And when you're done with that first go, it actually spells out to you, these are the improvement areas. And so you can pick them off one by one to say, okay, today I'm working on, okay, my governance structures. Tomorrow I'm working on my customer service policies. The next day I'm working on my environmental issues. So it's good to have, number one, a model that is impact driven. Number two, a baseline, where am I starting from? Number three, the tool which you use to measure your progress. And lastly, reporting for impact. Because even if you're measuring you have to be collecting data, you have to be seeing the actual evidence. So that by the time you're going to someone like Asif to say, this is my business, this is the model, you can actually tell him, this is the impact that my business is having. So he can easily make an informed decision on whether you're the type of business that his investor wants to put money in.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to pose this question building on the same to David. If for Impact as an accelerator works with diverse social entrepreneurs who are at different levels of what we can call literacy and all that, so how do we build impact-driven processes for them? That's very easy to understand, because looking at what Gwing is saying, it might sound, and that's why I talked about demystifying. You know, I go to a farmer in a rural setup, and I want to explain them this. So how do we make this easy for that entrepreneur at down of the pyramid down there? Over to you, David.
Very interesting. And I think at the local level, you know, you're really thinking about smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and stuff like that. And maybe you want to help them understand what impact is. But I think even by their nature, or even how they are formed, they are almost already sort of social enterprises, because they're existing to create opportunities for themselves, for the people around them, for food security. So in certain ways, I think starting with, and I think even the SDG are really a great help on that, because then you're able to understand or bring in very simple things about food security, employment, climate change, sustainable production and consumption and stuff like that. So now there is a sort of a common language that is existing globally. But then again, as you're saying, we need to translate this to very local level. And I think that once we've been working, because we run the accelerator, but also we implement social projects at very low levels in counties and stuff like that. And one of the things that we're really trying to do is to tell these people, even as you do this, it's whatever you're doing is bigger than yourself. If whatever you're doing, even as a social enterprise, as a small entity, is bigger than yourself, then I think already you're starting to report about impact. Because it's not about just an immediate gain. I'm not doing brokerage business. I'm thinking about something that I can do to safeguard my community. So when they start to think about that, what is it that I'm doing that is bigger than myself? Some things start to get in. And then the question is, this thing that I'm doing that is bigger than myself, how do I scale it? So what kind of social enterprise model would I need to be able to scale it? So the question about the model that you need to scale the impact is very critical. So you need to have a model. And what is it within your model that is actually scalable? Because probably not everything could be scaled, right? So that's another thing which is a great help. So you start to help them to create that scalable model. But also the scalable model needs ecosystem support. It needs financing. It needs partnerships. It needs donor funding. So you start to think, okay, so this can be scaled. It can be grown. So we're already trying to see a model. So how do we scale it? And then I think Nyingwin, I don't know how to pronounce your name, or Kimani, you know, she starts to say you need to be able to try to measure it and to try to think, what tool are you going to measure, right? And with small communities that we've been working with, actually, nowadays, even before when you start to solve a problem with them, creating a problem tree, knowing where to and the baseline, because I think also for this, translating social enterprise and having an impact, and we've mentioned about this, is also having a baseline. So where are we starting? What are our indicators as we're beginning? And what are we going to measure ourselves against over time? Would it be food security, eradication of poverty? Is it more jobs created within the community? Is it that for those local communities, they're now able to send their children to school or have better healthcare systems? So I think this is the kind of an approach that is very practical. I think from an African perspective, if sometimes I say that many times, for an African to think about impact or to start a business that can have an impact is not so hard, because already the fact that you're starting an enterprise is already impactful in itself. You've created a job for yourself and then for the people around you, and then you're already solving, as in, social problems, right? And these social problems, those social problems are already impactful. So starting at that level and then thinking about scale is critical. And then, of course, measuring that impact. If you can arrive to the level of ASIF and ARIF, as in that now you're going for VC funding or bigger sophisticated instruments to scale, that would be the best. But I think it's actually possible. And us, as I don't know, as ecosystem players, we really need to demystify, as you're saying. We need to bring it home in a very sort of even local language. But we know that it's not also enough to think about, because and just as I'm finishing, sometimes social entrepreneurs, sometimes they fall in love sometimes also with just the social thing that they want to solve, and think that with just the fact that they've discovered that there's a problem is enough for them to succeed. But then they don't consider many other dynamics, as in that maybe that thing has to be sustainable, as in, is it generating revenue, or does it need a subsidy model, as in what kind of model would they need? And so part of our capacity building, supporting the ecosystem, is really to bring this sort of awareness to all these sort of small or social entrepreneurs, because then they cannot really have the global impact. I think, ARESSOK, I don't know, they call it ecosystem change, the changing of the ecosystem, if they don't think about how to scale and that what they're doing is actually scalable. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David. And that brings us across to this discussion. We can go on and go on. It's very interesting. And what we are taking home is that we need to demystify, we need to make social impact measurement easy to understand, so that that person at the down of the pyramid understands this. So it's up to us to think about it for, yes, please.
Sorry, before we close, sorry for cutting you, because
Yes.
I'm seeing there's a good question here by Maurice, and I think it's important that we try to address it, because it strikes to the core of the matter, so to speak. When it comes to supporting local social entrepreneurs, how does the ecosystem come to support? And he's asking, what can we do? Let me just see, what approaches can we use to mobilize resources, like from local philanthropists or ordinary people? And I think that in a way, opens up a window to answer to your question broadly. One, I think this is very important. One, access to financing, it's very important. And so as an ecosystem, I think we need to make as much noise around that as possible, especially for the early stage social entrepreneurs. There is quite a wide variety of financial instruments available, but social entrepreneurs themselves are not investor ready. So where do we bring in E for Impact, B Lab, how do you come in and support these guys? Arif, also you mentioned, you cannot just run a social enterprise based on a vision. Like, I just had this vision, like now we want to change the world. I mean, you've got to have entrepreneurial skills. You have to have a certain mindset. And these are not things that you have naturally. So you've got to tap into the network, find who are the other people who have these skills and learn from them. And this is just to kind of reemphasize the need to have all the training, facilities, build the capacity of social entrepreneurs as an ecosystem. And the other thing then, it means that, to answer Maurice's question also directly, social entrepreneurs, and I think I've said this in a number of forums, should not be shy from, away from looking for different sources of revenue, diversifying their revenue stream. One, there is a huge opportunity right now to collaborate with international NGOs, for instance. There is a huge opportunity to collaborate with international development partners. There's a huge opportunity to collaborate with private businesses. There's a huge opportunity to collaborate amongst yourselves as social entrepreneurs. So I think the other thing that the ecosystem should do is to push for bigger, better innovations. And this can only be done through collaborations. So I think I would just stop there because, like you said, this is a conversation that can go on and on and on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vince. I had seen that question, then I was looking at them, and thanks for addressing that. And let's keep the conversation going through the hashtags, through the social media. And I think we can still continue this conversation through emails and all that. Thank you so much, the panel. Thank you so much, David, Vincent, Alif, Asif, and Gwyn. Over to you, Bernadette.
Thank you very much, Ken, for taking us through that very insightful session. And what is coming out from this session is that research, collaboration, impact assessment, they have to converge together for impact. So let us look forward to more conversations towards looking for a point to converge for impact. Now, at this point, I would like to thank everyone who has participated in this before I call on Peter Olo, our CEO, and then after that, we will call upon Francesca to do the closing remarks. But just a reminder that next week on Thursday and Friday, we will be having the 4th annual Africa Conference on Social Entrepreneurship, and you're all invited. There will be more learning, more engagements, and more sessions towards social entrepreneurship. Peter Olo, over to you. Francesca, come in here.
Hello, Bena. Am I supposed to come in or Francesca? Hello?
It's yourself, then Francesca to close here.
Hello? Hello, Bena. Am I to go ahead or somebody is on queue?
It is you, Peter, please.
Okay. Just a moment. I'm trying to find my way. I think I'm there. Delegates and all our guests this afternoon, we are very conscious on time and we don't want to hold everybody. Allow me to request one of our members, because Social Enterprise Society of Kenya is a membership organization. The people who have been running the show is mainly the board, but also allow me to ask one of our members to talk on behalf of CESOC members. Rachel Maina, please go ahead. Rachel? Oh, okay. Hello, Rachel. Rachel Maina, are you getting us so that you go ahead, you speak on behalf of CESOC members, just to say something, maybe one line or two. I think Rachel is not there. Sally, please go ahead. Sally Nabalayo, just say something very briefly on behalf of CESOC members. Sally, please go ahead, or Rachel. Wow. Please try to unmute them in case they are not getting us. Any member who is ready to speak on behalf of members, please go ahead. Any member?
Okay, Peter, can I speak on behalf of CESOC members and also give the vote of thanks?
Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead, Francesca.
Francisca Muni is my name, and I'm the vice chair of CESOC Kenya. And I'm also a CEO and founder of an enterprise that increases the food on the table, clean food on the table, and repairing soils. So on behalf of all CESOC members, we would like to say that if we never came together to form this society, even the partners that we have gotten, the sponsors, the friends, and everybody who is coming in to have this day, it wouldn't have happened. So I would like to thank all members of CESOC who are having small enterprises and trying to solve a problem here and there, to tell themselves thank you. Because it's because we came together that we have been able to reach far and wide. Tangaza, E4 Impact, and all the others. Everybody who has never gone through the Tangaza MBA program for the social entrepreneurs will bear me witness that there is something very, very unique with everybody who've gone through the MBA program and gone through David Chebriot with the E4 Impact, and it's well supported by Miran Catholic University. It's a good product for the social entrepreneurs. To our investors, it's good to note that we are ready to scale up. We only need coaching and to be told that, to be shown how do you grow big. In Africa, and especially in Kenya, we've run very many small organizations, but also we have the potential to grow very big ones, and we are ready to do so. So when we get a partner, strategic partner, or an investor to work with us, we can brilliantly provide
in terms of how we can work, Wambua, social enterprise. But I'm sure they're following, they're also having theirs, and of course, Social Enterprise Forum for Africa, not the last but the least. So thank you so much, our partners, our funders, we appreciate you so much. And we'll be having this again next year, please. With the France Embassy in Kenya and all those who are in